Hello, my beautiful gemstones. Welcome to Friday night's live intuitive oracle with myself and Ghostdragonzw. Full house already. I'm loving it. Maybe I should start at 7:15 or 7:17 more often. I just ate a whole bowl of watermelon, so don't mind me. I was going to save it for the stream, but it was too delicious. Let me get up to the top here and say hello to everybody. Yeah, I'm just running on empty, guys. I'm really tired. You know, I'm up between 6 and 6:30 Monday through Fridays. And then on Saturday, I also have to get up early. And then on Sunday, I get up early anyway, because it's my only full work day for the week. So with my son having today and Monday off for Memorial Day weekend, that falls on me. So I lose all of my work time. And also I don't get quite as much sleep. I don't nap Monday through Friday when he's at school because there's too much work to be done. But I'm okay. I'm just dealing with life, as I think everyone is right now. I appreciate all the texts and all the, well wishes. You guys are so sweet and you really do make my day. I just am trying to think of a different way to do this. I see people with 9-minute videos and barely any information getting millions of views. And it doesn't make sense to me. And I don't really want to change anything because I'm in a good, I'm used to doing things the way that I do them. And yeah, I can make some changes, but I want it to keep what I'm doing for the most part the same. But it's not working for this to be my only source of income. So I don't know. I just am trying to think of maybe a different business model, rather than what I'm doing, because I've been doing it for a really long time now. And I was just hoping to be a little further along than I actually am. So, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be able to do what I do. And I just wish that I had some other form of income coming in so that this particular part of my life doesn't even ever have to be about money. That's just not where I'm at right now. And I think the 2 eclipses, the retrograde, the geological storms, the shadow of the retrograde, the solar flares, it's really affecting sensitives. And I'm no exception. So the weather changing always gets me, and it'll get better. And I feel like this is going to be a really amazing summer. I just have to get through, I think I need to, push harder to find a writing contract and figure, that part of my life out, how I can go about doing that. So yeah, Gone Mysterious Disappearances Volume 2, still up for sale, guys. Still didn't go number 1. Kindle was almost there, and then it kind of backslid a little bit, but everybody who bought the books, I really do appreciate it, guys. Any of my books in any format, some of y'all buy every single one of them. Some of y'all can't afford to do that. Some of y'all buy some. Any support you guys give me financially and otherwise, I really do appreciate it, because I don't know where I'd be without you guys. You guys, my kids, my little guy, make my life really more fulfilled and enriched. So with that being said, Miss Lotus girl, I hope you're doing okay. It's been about a week since we spoke. I've been just flat out not looking at my phone the past few days, trying to figure a lot out. Not sure if I can make it. I'm driving a friend to surgery. Okay, Eris, if you're listening, stay safe. Miss Batmom, Melissa Nicole, Blue Crossroads. Yes, the downtime. Slow motion. I'm also really tired. And I feel like when we don't get enough sleep, obviously, especially I'm 41 years old, I need a certain amount of sleep. And I feel like that just makes everything so much worse with how I'm feeling mentally. Munchie Chipmunk, what's up, girl? Mark Halstead. Moon at Noon, hello. Hope you make it back. I was just saying that. Thank you guys so much. Jason Finch, Multifaceted Jules, and anyone I missed, which I don't think was anybody. Oh, Johnny Yuma, Life with Bobby. There's a whole list of people here. And Roger, Blair. Okay, Jason, you will definitely be on the list. No problem at all. Turned 39 yesterday. I know a lot of Geminis. The past 4 days have been like birthday after birthday after birthday after birthday. Happy birthday, girl. Who else birthday was yesterday? Divine Empathic. I think her birthday was yesterday as well. If not yesterday, 2 days ago. Yeah, it was her birthday is in the vicinity of today. Okay, it's happened already. It was either yesterday or the day before. It might even be today. I'm not sure, but yeah. My mentor's birthday was 2 days ago or yesterday. 41 in August. Another Leo. Are you an August Leo? Babysitting duty, being in and out. What's up, nut slap? I get a message yesterday. It's like, I love you, Gemma. I'm like, I love you too, buddy. Everything okay? I thought nut slap was like pulling some kind of prank on me, but he was just saying hi. Another Leo. You know what? I never thought that I got along with Leos. But I realize now I just probably shouldn't date Leo men. And that's kind of a general statement too, because it does depend on the entire chart. You know, Pisces and like Cancers are supposed to be amazing partners, right? But if you know, like the Cancer has a ton of, you know, fire or other signs in their chart, it's not going to be such an amazing match. So Gemini men and Leo men, I normally stay very, very far away from. But so many of my really good female friends, not every single one of them, but a lot of them on this channel particularly are Geminis and Leos, male and female. It's crazy. 57 and still learning. All right, slow motion. Sorry, I'm yip yapping again. Never want to date another Taurus. See, I had a great experience. Well, no, that's not true because my first husband was a Taurus. But again, you know what, Melissa? We have to like broaden that perspective, right? What was it in the chart that didn't match with your chart? That's a big thing to figure out because I'm Pisces and Libra, Pisces Sun, Libra Moon, but I'm Aries rising. So that Aries rising would make me very compatible with other fire signs because the rising sign is the outward representation. Whereas like the moon sign is the inner emotions. And I think we should really be matching our moon signs more than our sun signs. Sun sign is like ego, and all, and you know, all of that are kind of inner workings, but our emotional, our emotions and our emotional way of being and feelings is our moon sign. And I feel like that is what we should really be matching. Willie Rosato, what is up? Pisces for the win. Thank you, Roger. I did have a good time. I always have a good time with those guys. I've heard of you, Gemma Jade. I'm 41 years old, about to be 42, July 15th. So we have Grey Wolf Paranormal July 12th. My son will be 6 on July 13th. My son's father will be turning a year older on July 14th. And now we have Jason Finch on July 15th. My mother on July 18th. A really good friend of mine on the 17th. So I guess I have lots of Cancer friends as well. Yeah, the Bat Mom, I had one experience with a Capricorn. It was really, really great as far as like dating and relationships. Yeah, so I booked with Tex like yesterday. He's like, what about this Sunday? I'm like, great, let's do it, because I don't do that many interviews. And then I realized Wayne and Michelle, I'm on Wayne and Michelle's show on Sunday night. So I got to find a way to get in touch with Tex. I was hoping that he would text me or email me, but he hasn't yet. So I'm hoping he doesn't just wait until Sunday. I may have to text BMR and do it next week. All right, guys, let me bring in the Ghost Dragons. And yeah. I thought Aunt Anna was a Leo. Why did I think Aunt Anna was a Leo?
She's a Leo. I thought she's a Leo, isn't she? I'm back. You're a Leo, aren't you, Anna?
I'm doing good, Willie. How are you?
I'll say the rest of my hellos. I call names, but I pretty much said hello to pretty much everybody.
Nothing else really to report. So Fortnite patched in the new season, and it took, because I have like bad Wi-Fi in the middle of the woods, it took like 5 hours for the download to be complete. I'm so excited. I'm ready to play, and it's so buggy and glitchy on the first day, and so many people are playing. It took me, I waited for like an hour and a half just trying to get into the game. So a little frustrated about that too. Yeah, you had to have made it up in your head, Batmom. Unless maybe, and are you like a Capricorn moon or rising maybe? Because I know we talk a lot about charts in this stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out, Roger. Thank you. Smoochie's an Aquarius. All right, who's first? Let's just get started. I have some new names in
Lotus.
here.
Y'all get them.
New names. All right. Lotus, I'm going to use Fairy Forest. Cancer Moon. Yeah, Wayne and Michelle are awesome. I'll be on there Sunday night at 8 Eastern. I love doing their show. They're so laid back and chill. Just really good people, great energy. So many people in this community are, you know. So for Monday's video at 11 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking about like mysterious mass disappearances. And then for noon's video, it's really long because I went to my most recent 4 books. So Campfire Stories volume, I think I did volume 1. I did 3 stories from there, which are basically listener encounters on steroids. And then I went into Gone Mysterious Disappearances volume 1 and volume 2, and I took like 2 or 3 cases each. And I just read from my new books because I didn't know what else to do. I have such a short week. Paul Deaton, what's up? Missy who? Are you talking about Miss Bacon? Lotus Girl, card number 35, the Lifebringer, establishment, growth, and fulfillment. Guys, don't forget, if you have to go anywhere and can't come back for any reason, please let us know and we'll try to squeeze you in if we can. About you now, ideas and projects are gestating. Constellations of ideas are birthing. Your creativity is flowing from within, and ideas are developing in an easy, organic flow. For a time, you'll be rich in health and love and in physical beauty. While there is much that is new about you, what has already been developed within you, within your world, can now be brought to greater fulfillment. So children may begin to mature and grow older, and your ambitions and your dreams may need support to move from their beginnings to become truly established and make their presence strong and unshakable. Your accomplishments will now be acknowledged, respect will be given as it's way overdue, and your contributions and your work will now receive the value and recognition they've always deserved. This could also mean you are able to ask for more money in exchange for your services and seek investment to develop your business. Your influence, power, and reputation are all growing in healthy, inspiring ways. You feel good in yourself. A loving relationship with your body now develops, and you accept and receive loving support from others. No more, Lotus, will you receive disrespect. Unkind words about yourself or your ventures will no longer be tolerated. You are growing in stature. Finally, the world sees you for who you are, a successful being who has followed their dreams. So, oh, okay. I'm like, wait, Missy who? What's going on? Okay, yeah, and welcome, by the way. I think he means daddy as in dad, right? Yeah, that mom, I'm like, I don't, I definitely means father. Yeah. So sorry. It's the type of channel we have here. Okay, guys, you gotta ask for clarification on these things, but that's so cool. Daryl Vincent, his mom used to come in all the time with him, Claire, and we had some parents coming in, which is cool. I like that. Love that. That shows me that that's another way that you guys show me that you give me your trust, right? Because I'm not bringing my mom into some YouTube channel where like I don't trust the people. Well, you know what? I don't know. I call my father daddy as well. I'm tearing up. There's a lot of spirit here right now. There's a lot of emotion. So guys, just bear with me tonight. Plus, like with my emotional state right now, I've asked everything to like back up a little bit. So just bear with me. Slow motion, you're still here. Let us know, because I know you were saying you were going to leave, but if you want a reading, I'll get you in. Let me just turn my Wi-Fi off because I can see that I'm clicking in and out there. Okay. Lotus girl. I know you may have just heard this and thought, what? No, that's not me. Because I know that a lot of the messages in this card are messages of things that like you've been wanting for a long time. And it's just like, it hasn't been giving, right? This is all what's happening behind the scenes though. Okay. This is the energy of everything around you. When we've been talking for the longest time about like how the universe does things behind the scenes, it has to move people, places, and things into certain positions in order for you to accomplish your specific goals or a specific goal or dream. That's what's been going on behind the scenes. And you're going to see the fruition of that in the next couple of months. Now, normally these cards hold 1 to 2 weeks, but this is an ongoing thing as it's just going to keep getting better and better. The more energy, the more positive energy you feed into it. What this card is saying is that in the next week or two, I feel like things are going to really feel like they're looking up, or at least in one particular area of your life. And I can't help but think that area is going to be business. Now, whether it's everything with the tow company finally coming, full circle and you guys just being able to get back to business again, or whether it's, something else that you're working on or wanting to try doing. I would say like, don't put anything as impossible in the next couple of weeks, because I feel like the opportunities are going to be pouring in, and some of them are going to be crap. But a lot of them are going to be like, you're really going to have your choice as to which way you want to go, which direction you want to take in any given particular situation, specifically concerning finances and the role you find yourself playing in whatever this is. So say that you decide to start your own business, which the universe has been telling you to do for a really long time. I feel like you may not quite be there yet, but you may choose to invest in, a small amount of money in someone else's business that you know is going to be successful. Or you may want to invest a little bit of your time into something that, 3 months ago you wouldn't have even considered, even though it would benefit you in the long run, right? I feel like everything that you're accomplishing is coming after some time. And this is just the beginning of you really thriving financially and in business somehow. I don't know if that means bringing in a lot more money or just playing a larger role to where you feel more emotionally comfortable and like physically like you fit into the role that you're playing or performing in your job. Okay. The fact of the matter is, this is a really good card. This is really great energy. This is a really good sign where it's like, all right, the universe is finally giving back to you some of the positivity you've been holding out, even though everything's been going to poop for the last few months or even the last few years. It's like you finally recognize like, hey, these are the seeds that I planted so long ago. I forgot all about, wanting to do this and calling this person to help me. Oh my gosh, I forgot all about, when I was going through this, I reached out to this person. They said they'd get back to me. There are just going to be opportunities and new ideas all around you in the next, I would say, month or two. And by the end of it, I feel like you're really going to have a good grasp on what you want to do in several different situations going forward. The advice I could get for you right now is do what's going to make you happy without focusing too much on whether or not it's financially beneficial. Obviously, we have to focus on what we put our time and effort into, whether or not it's going to, if it's work, if it's going to bring us money in. But what the universe is saying here, what your team's saying here is like, don't make that the only thing that matters in the next couple of months, because there's something coming in that can start off really slowly, but it's going to be a constant positive as long as you keep putting that positive energy into it. Guys, I have a tank top on underneath this purple thing, and I may have to just wear it because I have an air conditioner on and I'm sweating to death. It's the lights. All right, who's next? Yeah, Jules, he came in asking for Missy, and I'm like, do you mean Miss Bacon? And he's like, oh my gosh, no. Yeah, Lotus, I do feel like a lot of things are going to be changing for the better. Not everything. And but definitely in short order, you're going to see a lot of positive changes as long as you keep. I feel like you do the same thing that I do a lot of the time, where it's like when things start to take a positive turn, like I'll be like, yeah, that's great, but what happens when this and this happens and it all goes to crap? We need to not do that. We need to be like, wow, this is really amazing. How can I capitalize on this? How can I make this better? Right? Instead of automatically assuming that we're just going to end up screwed in the end. If you can do that and keep that momentum going throughout the course of whatever this is, you're gonna do amazing somewhere.
Okay, I was waiting
Who's
to see if Moon at new. You got a couple new people, so I'm trying to slide them in. But go ahead and do slow mo, because I know they're on the other side of the big pond. And then if Moon comes in later and says hi, I'll make sure she gets stuck in.
Okay.
And then I got a couple more other new people.
Slow motion, I'm going to use the signs of the times. If you're new here, keep an eye on the chat, because I don't always see it in order to verbally announce, like I'll ask who's next, but you'll know when your reading's coming, when you're like, the third in line, second in line. And as long as you let us know you're here, that'll work out. Black Dragon, what is up? All right, slow motion. Let's see what's up. Lightning, the card of disruption, card number 41. Like a flash of lightning that illuminates the night sky without warning, this card wants you to not just expect the unexpected, but embrace it. The unknown and unanticipated cause many people to fear for the worst, but that's not always the case. This is a card of events happening suddenly and out of the blue. A single sentence can reveal information that changes everything. Or you could turn around and have a life-altering experience right on the sidewalk or in your own kitchen. These movements are a shock to the system, whether positive or negative. Since you can't plan for surprises by definition, this card is a lesson in the unpredictable nature of life. Shocking change, an act of God, enlightenment, and unpredictability. Hi, Damini. Welcome. So, all right. Slow motion, what this card is saying is basically expect the unexpected. And I would take it a step further and say prepare for the unexpected, right? So if you're expecting things to go a certain way in any area of your life, just kind of be prepared for it not to go that way. That doesn't mean things are going to go south or go sour or not work out, even though they could. This is one of those cards where it's basically like, we're not giving you a lot of information. And I think in 3.5 years, that's almost never happened. But it's just like, there's something here that you're really hoping for or betting on. And the universe is saying what at first is going to seem like a complete like failure or breakdown or denial is actually in your best interest right now to make whatever this is come in that much better and brighter and bigger in the near future. So how you handle this disruption of whatever your plan is or your plans are is going to determine how soon you can actually have what it is you're working towards or wanting. So if you're expecting a yes from, an employer, now be prepared for the no and take it in stride. If it's the universe wanting to see how you react to these types of disappointments, to see if you've learned any lessons recently, and to move forward and give you what you were expecting the yes for in a much bigger and better way in the long run, because you had that faith and you stuck by your dream, your want, your need, whatever the case may be, regardless of if you felt a bit defeated in the meantime.
You didn't see what Melissa wrote, did you? Hold on, I'll show you.
Oh, no, I see it. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, guys.
If you don't lose
I
the
definitely thank you so much for the donations. I really do appreciate every penny you guys give me. I know how hard it is out there, and I do not put up with you guys. If anything, y'all put up with me because I never shut up. And I go on like 15 side quests in the middle of one reading. And you guys are still here every week for it. So Miss Jules, thank you. Everybody, thank you so much.
Okay, next we're going to do the Bat Mom, and then I'll slide another new person in.
All right. Miss Bat Mom. What do we want to do here? All right, we're going to do the Raven's Wand. Miss, I believe it's, I don't want to say Miss. Okay, so Damini Kalita. I just want you to know this is one card on a general subject. I do personal readings at cost with 7 cards, 10 cards, sometimes 12 cards, or I do video readings where you can just ask questions as I pull cards about love, money, life in general, whatever. This is for donation only or free if you can't donate. So it's like one general reading. Now, if you'd like me to focus on, you know, your money situation or your love situation, you can definitely let me know and I'll do that. But it's not going to be super duper specific with just, you know, one card. It's usually general. Time's Arrow. And it is in the upright. Rebecca Parsley helps the dragon toad in his quest to know the future. She presents a crystal ball waiting for something to appear, or maybe it won't. The future is a murky land, but one thing is certain: time can magnify or diminish. Do things seem futile because time destroys all eventually, or precisely because of this, everything we do has significance? Time diminishes pain as it heals, just as it magnifies by urging us to spend every moment well. Magnify or diminish, both can better our lives, and time can be your servant, not your enemy. So, Bat Mom, I believe what this is saying is like you have to make the best of any situation, right? Or really, it's not even saying that. Scratch that. Not make the best of any situation. The situation, the best of what will become of a situation is how you're looking at it. Right? So you can choose to take something really badly or take something really well, right? You can look at a situation where, just for example, say, I'm just using this as an example, you're married for 20 years and now you're about to get a divorce. You can look at this situation as, okay, I'm ready to start my new life. Woohoo! Or you could look at it as, wow, I just wasted 20 years of my life that I will never get back. It's like, is the glass half empty or half full? And the universe is saying, just be glad you have a drink. I feel like there's a lot that's been happening to so many of us, but particularly you with this card, Bat Mom, where it's like this attitude of nothing ever goes right for me anyway, no matter how hard I try. And I feel like a lot of us feel that way. I know I certainly do a lot of the time recently, more and more recently. But the universe is saying it's exactly that type of thinking that is going to cause things to get not worse, but even more negative in your life. Because I said it on BMR the other day multiple times, when you're focusing on the negative and then all you're going to see is negative. Then if all you see is negative, everything seems negative, and you end up in this negative space where the universe can't bounce any positivity to you because everything's so negative, and that's all that's bouncing off you. As far as the major things happening in your life right now that may have you feel like a little downtrodden or feel like giving up or feel like what's the point anyway, the universe is saying, just hold on a little bit longer and try switching the way you're seeing it. Look at the things that are really causing you, whether it's emotional pain or, any chaos in your life or whatever, and try to look at it through the lens of, if not positivity, a lesson learned, right? So say it is that divorce, but say you're getting divorced because the person cheated on you. So you got to look at it as, well, we had 20 good years. Look how much I've grown as a person. I have so much more to offer now. And if you don't believe those things, say them anyway. This is fake it till you make it type energy. to move so much of what you're looking at in your life right now is negative. Well, where yeah, like it does suck. A lot of it does suck. There's no way around it. There's no pretending it doesn't. But there's always lessons to be learned. And I feel like the universe is trying to nudge you like, look, you're missing some of these lessons here, and you need to grasp them before you can move forward in a more positive direction. So in the next week or two, try to, as best as you can, flip everything that you can from a negative to a positive, even if it's just you've learned a lesson in it. So in that scenario I gave you, it's like, okay, now I know what I'm willing to put up with and what I'm not, because I put up with cheating for years and now we end in divorce because he leaves me for someone else, right? Again, just an example. So now you know that you're going to not put up with cheating anymore, right? Because it's not, you shouldn't anyway, but it's not going to work out well. There's no getting through to someone like that. Things like that. I worked for a minimum wage for this job for 10 years. And every year they promised me a promotion. They never gave it to me. And now they fire me and hire someone less qualified to pay them the same rates. Yeah. So now you know you're going to get paid what you're worth going into a job, or you're not going to waste your time. Those types of things. And the universe is really highlighting this. Okay. So really try to put this into practice in the next 2 weeks. Next Friday, I will not be here. Again, I got to go through some things and figure out different ways of doing things. But with this stream, I really want to keep this stream how it is, but I do have a prior engagement. What in the world do I even have next week? I know it's something. Oh, there's a carnival that we're going to, and it's right from 7 to 9, which is right when I'd be doing this show.
So no oracles next Friday? Okay.
No.
And then you won't be here Tuesday either.
Tuesday I won't be here either because I'm losing today and Monday full work days.
Me and
Ryan are
going to go ahead and still do Tuesday's show.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do the thumbnail. I'll get it set up and then you guys can just do it. That's fine.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I told you that last week. I was like, if you guys want to go ahead, I'm just not going to be able to do it because I'm going to be playing catch up for the rest of the week trying to.
That's fine.
All right, who's next?
We're going to do Jason Finch next, a new person. And then after Jason will be Melissa. Miss Bacon.
Jason, I'm using Deep, Dark, and Dangerous. Did you guys approve vacation time? No, actually, I didn't put it in. I'm just going to take off and hope I don't get fired. Yeah, BMR is cool. I had a great time on the show yesterday. We went in like all different directions and I just loved it. It was really cool. You guys are funny. All right, Jason. You got Hades, the underworld. Got an itch. Yeah, I am too, Miss Jules. I'm proud of so many of you guys, your growth in just the small amount of time that I've known most of you. Some of you for several years, but some of you not. And you've all, even just energetically, you've come such a long way by the way that I see you guys view things or the way you'll bring something to me in a much more positive way. And I know sometimes when we're not surrounded by a chat like this or by people like the people in this chat, it can be really hard to see past the negative of a situation because it happens to me. I was doing it before stream, which is one of the reasons I was a little late today. I just couldn't see a reason to continue. Not like with life, but like with all of this. I'm just like, and then you get past those moments, but it's a lot easier to get past them when you have someone going, don't be dumb. Like, this is just this is just a bad point right now. I'm much better than where I was 7 years ago. Got to look at it that way. Jason, everything has a cycle and a time span. Death is a natural part of life. So plan a legacy. What matters most? Knowing this helps you live a better life, move through change, what ideas have passed their use-by date and can be left behind. There is a myth that many people do not know about the Greek underworld of the god Hades. Hades had two brother gods, Zeus and Poseidon. When their father Kronos divided up their kingdoms of the world so as to not cause a fight, the brothers decided the fairest way was to draw lots for their kingdom. Hades inherited the underworld by lot, and his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, received the sky and the sea respectively. While Zeus was the leader of the three, Hades was neither monstrous, evil, nor ugly. Like many dark gods, Hades has a bad reputation simply because of his association with death and darkness. As one of the gods of the underworld, Hades was well respected by Greeks, and they were careful to honor him well, yet of course he was feared. Unlike, say, Ares, Hades was not a particularly nasty god and even looked for love a little more seriously than his brothers. The story of Persephone is possibly the most famous story featuring Hades, and one that shows that death is just another cyclic part of life. In the oldest form of the myth, Hades falls in love with Demeter's daughter Persephone, and it is a chaste and proper love. Hades goes to Zeus for permission, and Zeus promises Persephone's hand in marriage. Unfortunately, Zeus neglects to tell the women about this promise. Hades waits and he waits and he waits, till one day, while watching his love happily frolicking on a day out with her friends, Hades rises up out of the ground and kidnaps her. He takes her down deep to his dark domain of the underworld and tries to woo her, explaining that she was promised to him. Demeter, goddess of agriculture and a dedicated mother, searches the world for her daughter. She is, of course, no longer to be found on the surface of the earth. In her huge grief, Demeter stops facilitating the growth and production of all food and plants. Everything dies back, there's no food, and the race of man begins to starve. Meanwhile, Hades offers Persephone a red pomegranate. This is a fruit of death, and anyone who eats of this must stay in Hades. By this time, the gods have figured out that Hades has Persephone, and Zeus asks his brothers to free her. However, Persephone has partaken of 6 seeds of the fruit, so Hades now has claim to her. In fairness, Demeter negotiates with Hades so that Persephone can live 6 months of the year with Hades and 6 with her. Persephone becomes queen of the underworld in her own right, and then, led by her torch-bearing friend Hecate, rises from this realm to spend time with her mother for the rest of the year. So this is how the seasons were formed. Every 6 months, the earth dies back and Hades claims the winter season and his bride. Then Demeter claims her daughter back for the growing seasons of spring and summer. The underworld is a realm like any other, and one that, although full of mystery, is also full of possibilities. Death is the step before rebirth. A fallow field with nothing growing is necessary so that things might be planted and spring forth again. The underworld, like our unconscious, is a place of infinite possibilities. So your plant companion, Jason, is Lily, and your crystal companion is black tourmaline, and I just happen to be wearing some on my finger today. So, okay, Jason, this was a mouthful. These cards always are. But basically what's happening here is in the next week or two, I feel like actually in the past few months, you've been having a hard time coming to terms with some things. Okay, regardless of what area of your life these things happen to be happening in. So whereas you would normally be able to go with the flow and take certain things in stride, it's like it's affecting you a lot more deeply. I feel like, just like so many other people in here, myself included, you are unprepared for some major change that either just came in or is about to come in, but you have an inkling of it. And what the universe is saying is, whatever this change is, for better or worse, no matter how it makes you feel, it is for the best. And the quicker you start seeing it that way, the better. Jason, what the universe is trying to show you is that you've outgrown some people, some places, and some things. They're dead, done, over with, stuck, stale, stagnant, no longer serving you. And you and this person involved, or these people involved, it's kind of like y'all have learned everything you're going to learn from one another. So even if there's still love there, or if there's still like a long-term friendship behind whatever this is, it's worth letting go of to move forward, to start vibrating higher and see what your life is going to be like with these higher vibrating, new opportunities coming in. Because if you stay where you're at now and nothing changes, you're going to be where you're at now until something does, right? There's nothing more for you to do or give or learn from this situation, whatever it is. Again, if it's romantic, if it's employment, if it's just something having to do with, you changing something about yourself, like where you're living, the universe is saying now is the time to make the changes that you know deep down inside you need to make, but that you've been too worried about making. Okay. Until you do make the required and necessary changes, nothing in your life is going to change for the better on its own. The only thing that's going to instigate things changing for the better on their own, meaning the universe, your team, all of those energies are working on this, is you accepting that something is done. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds.
Yes, Cowie, we got you. I got you on the list, dude. No sweat. Hold on, I got a cough. Oh, excuse me. My allergy meds totally kicked in. Driving me out. You're welcome. No problem. I write everybody down anyways. And then if they show when I call, they call. They show. If they don't, they don't. I give everybody 3 tries.
Much better. Okay.
Okay, Melissa is next when you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Melissa.
Melissa, I'm using Night Fairies. What's up, Smoochy girl? Mike J, beholds. Oh, I feel so much better. I felt so like just heavy. I don't know if y'all saw, if any of you are on my, well, Melissa paid me $20 to take my purple shirt off. I mean, what was I going to do? A deal's a deal. I don't know if y'all saw my
$20. What do I have to do for $20? No, forget that. Forget that.
Okay. So I don't know if y'all saw my Facebook, but I'm super excited because tomorrow this should show up, guys. You ladies most of y'all are going to go crazy for this. First of all, it's in my favorite color, but I got it in this color and in white. It looks like a corset, but it's actually a tank top, which is what's really cool about it. It's my favorite, one of my favorite colors, mint green. And then they had it in white too. So I ordered it a couple weeks ago and it is showing up tomorrow or Sunday. And I'm very excited about that. Nice summer clothes. Oh, Miss Heather. Yeah. It was only like $6 and change on Temu. All right. The Huntress. Okay. Okay, Miss Bacon. Card number 3. You guys are so funny. I love it. Well, I know what I want. Silent in the depths of night is the mighty and shrewd huntress, scanning the horizon for her prize, never compromising, relentless in her pursuit, calling us to hone in our skills and harvest to our heart's content, knowing you what you want. I think it means knowing what you want. Paolo Barbieri is a great artist, but I believe he's Italian, and these are from Italian to English. Unabashed, unfazed. The call of the pristine and regal feline totem invites you to follow your senses and collect your prize. Visualize your goals, Melissa. What do you really want from life? Now, imagine you're the fierce hunter in the woods, and that very prize is in your sight. Pounce and collect your feast. Visualize it. You were made for this. Affirmation. Like the huntress, I courageously pursue the dream of my heart with courage, even in the shadows of the night. I am ferocious. The huntress speaks to the part of us that is so afraid to vocalize and act directly to fulfill our dreams and desires. In moments when it's hard to speak up, allow your inhibitions to not only fall, but be snatched up in the grasp of your inner huntress. Nothing will stand in your way. And Melissa, I feel like that's what you need to be telling yourself. Like, F this, not doing it anymore. Like, there has to come a time where you become fed up. And this isn't talking about any particular situation in your life, okay? Believe it or not, this card is actually all about you right now. How are you handling things? So one of the things I learned how to do, and I haven't done it in a while, which is probably one of the reasons I'm feeling as downtrodden as I've been, is visualize my ultimate goal. I mean, the ultimate goal, the big daddy, the boss of all my goals, at least in one area of my life. And close my eyes and I imagine myself there. I imagine myself on the beach. I imagine myself turning and looking, and there is my place. And then even sometimes I imagine walking over to the retreat that I own and operate, where so many of you guys are there. And I smell the water and I feel the sun on me and I smile and I giggle and I feel the feelings that I'm going to feel when I'm finally there one day. And visualization like this is a big part of achieving our goals and getting there quicker. Because once we put ourselves in that energetic framework of what we really want, our biggest desire in the world, no matter what it is or how impossible it sometimes may seem, we get our energy aligned with those feelings. And the more our energy aligns with those feelings, the more often and the deeper we connect with that, the more second nature it becomes. And then our energy just starts doing things for itself, meaning your energy is going to start pulling in opportunities for you to achieve this goal quicker. It's almost like addiction where like your brain will be like, ooh, I want more of that. You put your energy, your energetic state into this moment, even if it's just a minute of feeling this amazing happiness of achieving your most spectacular dream. And then your energy's like, oh, I want to feel that all the time. I want that. And your energy will start to link up with energies that match that particular vibration. Match the vibration of your innermost desire or your outermost want. In the next 2 weeks, Melissa, here's your homework, because we won't be here next week, so we will be checking in 2 weeks. Now, if I can do it on Thursday or Saturday next week, I absolutely will. So it doesn't mean there's no oracle at all. It's just on Friday, definitely, there will be none. And I don't think it's happening Thursday either. So, okay. Your homework, Miss Bacon, is to, even if it's just for a minute at a time, every single day, even if it's when you lay down to go to sleep, close your eyes and envision what you want most out of life right now. Okay. It could be an overall goal, like my overreaching idea of my long-term goal of the retreat, or it can be something smaller. Like I could envision what it's going to be like tomorrow when I open my computer and I have a writing contract there for me. That's a smaller part of my bigger goal. Baby steps. I want you to do that every single day for 1 to 3 minutes per day. Do it for 30 seconds, work your way up to 3 minutes. By the next time we meet, or by 2 Fridays from now, I want you to have begun getting used to doing this. And I'll tell you what else is going to happen as you do this as well. Your energy is going to repel people, places, and things that are not aligned with that. Even if you're not maybe in a position to be able to totally get rid of people, places, and things that no longer serve you, your energy will knock their energy right off base and keep them more at bay. There's one thing to physically disconnect and not see anyone anymore, or to not spend time with someone. Then you can verbally disconnect where you don't really talk to anyone. Emotional disconnection is really, really hard. But let me tell you something. Once you get your energy used to vibrating at a certain height, it's very, very hard to go back. And it kind of becomes a thing of its own. Who's next? People repel it for sure. So I wore the bracelet. This is only the second time I'm wearing this, but my daughter gave this to me for Christmas. It was handmade in Italy. And it has, I see some red jasper, green aventurine, citrine, I don't know what the blue one is. That might just be agate, but I love it. I don't wear it often because it's very hard to hook. It's very hard to hook, especially with long nails.
Okay, next was going to be the one that came in asking about love, but they're not answering.
Okay, so
go ahead and do Blue Crossroads. He was next, actually. So, sir,
well, what's
you're
that
next.
person's name so we can...
Damini. You said it earlier.
I'm trying to find it in here. Okay, I just saw it. Hold on. Damini Kalita. If you're here and you actually want a reading, please let us know because we're calling your name. You get 3 shots or you got to wait till the end. Cowie, anyone else that I missed? All right, Blue.
Oh, and while you pick out Blues, Pixie says she's passing the night. Something's come up. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, it doesn't look like lapis though. It looks like agate. They actually all look like agate, but I have the insert that they're not. I just don't remember what the blue was. It actually could be sodalite now that you mention it. Good observation, Mike. Yeah, Munchie, that happens. People come in and they're like, ooh, free reading. And they expect me to just give them, like, nobody else, just them, an entire reading. Or there she is. Or what I've been noticing lately is that people do live streams and they just, with tarot, and they... Were you talking? Oh, they do live streams just like with tarot, not oracle, and they'll just read, and then whoever it resonates with will pop in and ask a question, and they have to pay like $4 or $5 or however much to get a card pulled for them. That's how they draw people in. I think a lot of people think that's what I do. So they think that they could just come in and ask questions. They think I'm doing that, but for free. Which I was thinking about doing that. And, you know, I just don't like the idea of charging people in a live. I don't know. It's weird to me to do that. So, but yeah, I think that's why people do that sometimes. They think that I'm just randomly pulling cards and they can come in and ask a question. But instead of paying for it like everyone else asks them to, I'm doing it for free. That's where that comes from. BMR, we were just talking about you. Nothing bad, don't worry. Oh, there's Blue's card. The Healing Heart, Love, Acceptance, and Romance. Card number 9. This card brings bountiful joy and hope at this time. You may have had blocks to love before, but those old frustrations and pains are being resolved. Your optimism about love is increasing, and you in turn are experiencing increasingly loving treatment. The process of healing heart energy always starts and ends with self. You may have received misinformation about yourself or about love from your parents or partners in the past, but the difficult experiences that once caused you to lose trust are now being released, and you are finally ready to love and to be loved. So open your heart to the tender care you truly deserve. Rest assured that the light of divine love is shining on your own heart center. New love, abundant friendship, and tenderness are on their way. Affirmation: the light of divine love heals my heart. I open my life to the tender, caring treatment my soul deserves. So, yeah, I know. You know, I do love and money readings. I really do. I have special decks just for that. All right. Yes, this is Blue. So Blue, here's the thing. This isn't saying that you haven't been like capable of being in love or of loving. What this is saying is that there have been some blocks between you and kind of getting that reciprocated, even if it's just like in a friendship form. So you may have some friends that you felt you were giving everything to and they weren't giving anything back, or love interest in the same situation. But what the universe is saying is there's something inside of you that you're still holding on to, struggling through, or dealing with that you haven't really healed yet. So while it's not saying like you can't be in love or receive love or give love because of these unhealed wounds, what it's saying is, here's a little bit more of the puzzle picture, right? The puzzle picture. Here's a few more of the puzzle pieces, I should say. It's not only the other person or other people involved. It's you needing to look inside of yourself and see how you've grown, the lessons you've learned by romantic situations you've been in, or by, you know, loving friendships you've dealt with, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent, and learning the lessons of what you're willing to change this time and what you need to be changed this time. This is a week or two, I'd say a week or two, of self-reflection and really understanding that the universe does have an ultimate plan to give you exactly what you're looking for. It just may not come in the way you think it will. And we've talked about this before in readings on here. But to keep yourself open to it anyway. And in the next week or two, just kind of look through your past relationships, not just romantic love, all the love in your life, right? And see kind of where you've gone wrong. Have you learned from it? Have you grown? Have you changed? See how you've been wronged. Same thing, how you've grown, how you've changed, and how you expect to be and do better going forward. I think the universe just needs to hear that from you, that you are ready and that you know deep down inside why you're ready. And you know, sometimes your spirit team will need that reinforcement, because you could be saying one thing with your mouth, but energetically you're not showing up in the same way. And that really doesn't, I know this sounds crazy because it's your reading. It really doesn't have to make sense to you, except you need to know that the universe and your team are working on bringing this energy to you. Okay. But you have to make sure that you are fully healed from any other traumas, because what you're looking for specifically here, whether it be friendship, romantic, or both, is something very rare that most people don't get to experience because it's only experienced by healed individuals. So the universe needs that reinforcement and needs you to recognize where you may not be healed, but you're willing to work on it. I hope this makes sense. Bigfoot, Michigan, Rob. Oh, it's so nice to see you. We were just saying what a great time I had on your show. And I was saying, like, I almost never do interviews, right? Almost never. So when Tex asked me to be on Sunday night, I'm like, yeah, I can absolutely do that. And then I forgot that like 2 months ago, Wayne and Michelle asked me to be on at the exact same time on this Sunday. So I really need to talk to him so I can schedule it for next week. I don't want, like, we get to Sunday and then I don't have any of his contact info. So I'm going to reach out to him on Facebook. I didn't realize he's on there, and talk to him because I can't wait to go on his show too. All right. Who's next?
Mark Halstead.
Mark, let's do Wild Things. He's not on Facebook. Okay. Yes, I have a copy of it, but it's too far for me to reach. But it is. It's Gone Mysterious Disappearances, Volume 2. And it's on Amazon on the Kindle for $4.99, paperback for $9.99, and Audible. And it's also included in Kindle Unlimited. And I think it's included with your Audible subscription as well. Because believe it or not, that's how I get all mine, through Kindle and Audible. It's very rare I'll have a copy. And I only have one now because someone ordered one. Yeah, part 2. Yep. I'm already working on part 3. And for those of y'all who have been, thankfully, I'm not upset about it. But you guys have been telling me a lot of mistakes that have been in my books. And that's where, like, trusting someone else comes in, where I was very disappointed this week. Gone Mysterious Disappearances Volume 2. I edited and reviewed it myself before it went out. So there shouldn't be those same ridiculous errors in it. I love paperback books, but I find as I get older, it's a little embarrassing. I read like 2 paragraphs and I'm falling asleep. Good, Blue. Good. I'm glad that resonates. Okay. Mark, light the candles of grace. Card number 34. Oh, thank you, Munchie. Thank you to everyone who purchased the books, and in any format. It means the world to me. So don't forget to rate them 5 stars. And if I know a lot of people will like put the 5 stars but don't really feel like typing out a review, I don't blame you, especially if you're using your phone. The problem is on Amazon, you can't rate without reviewing. So you could just put like great book. What matters is the stars. That's what's going to either keep me in the forefront of like the books or is going to knock me back. Mark, this moment calls for grace. We can't force, compel, or dictate grace. It arrives by itself on the coattails of surrender. In a society that profits from you feeling less than, you might believe that strength comes from performance, success, or dominance. But nature wants you to know that prowess and power and your own creative spark come from balance between an active will and a surrender to what is. Refuse to take things personally. See yourself as part of the living organism of nature. Accept what is while engaging your creativity to shape your personal reality. Between those opposite energies lies grace and the fierce, tender flame of your soul spark, which refuses to be snuffed out even in the darkest of times. I do feel like there could be something here where you feel like you maybe, you've been like slighted. I love busting him with that because oh my God, your faces are hilarious. You could feel that you're being slighted in some way. And I feel like it's not because you're like an uber sensitive person. It's just because I feel like you really want to connect with either a certain person or a certain group of people, but there's just a disconnect there. And I feel like you tried either to make friends, or I don't think this is a rejection of you though. I feel like this is the universe saying, believe that it has nothing at all to do with you and just keep doing your own thing. And you will find, that group of people or that person that is right for you at this time to share those ideas or those thoughts with, or your life with, if it's romantic, whatever the case may be. I feel like you're taking something, and again, not in a way where you're like angry, or I feel like you've just been resigned. Like, well, I've been rejected here. That sucks. But you actually haven't been rejected. I feel like what the other person or these other people are dealing with is so much bigger than like you're trying to connect with them. Just like your issues personally would be so much bigger than you trying to make this connection, right? I feel like the universe is saying this is not a rejection. This is actually something that's going to push you into an acceptance with something bigger and better. This is a very weird thing that I'm seeing here because I don't see it as a person. I see it as like a group. I'm seeing you like trying to be like either volunteering somewhere or trying to help in some way, trying to, put your energy to good use and trying to give back, or there's something here that like you're trying to do and you just keep feeling like you're just being thwarted every step of the way. If you don't know what I'm talking about, in the next week or two, you definitely will. The universe is saying, don't be disappointed because somebody around sees you. Somebody's resonating with that energy. And the next time something comes up, they're going to be like, who'd be great for that? Mark Halstead. Then you're going to be brought in and it's going to be so much bigger than anything you were ever trying to do in the first place and bring you so much joy that the universe is saying anything that feels like a rejection, especially in the next week or two, is more like you should offer grace, because these people or this person or this organization, whatever it is, they're actually putting you in a position to accept something so much bigger and so much greater. And also, they either collectively or individually aren't doing it on purpose. It's just, so the universe is saying in the next week or two specifically, don't take anything personally, and understand that you're coming into this time of, you're vibrating very high, your stuff, what you're talking about. You've learned and grown so much just over the past 6 months. The universe wants to put you to use where you'd be best put to use. And as human beings, we can't always see that, right? Because I may be sitting here like, woe is me. I don't have a writing job. This sucks. and then someone in like, I don't know, Japan just happens across this. I don't know that they're watching my show, you know, seeing what I'm doing to try to offer me a job in 5 months. I don't know that because I'm only connected to my own energy. But that would be the universe working for me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Offer grace and understand that, especially in the next week or two, nothing is personal. Everything is happening for a reason, and that reason is the betterment of you and your purpose. Hey, Netter.
Hello, Ashley.
Hello, Miss Ashley girl.
And Edna is next.
Yeah, Edna?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to use Oracle of the Universe. Oh, Donnie Cho. That's the one that was telling people, well, Gemma's my friend and everything, but she hasn't really studied what she's doing. So she can't be called really an expert or a professional. What kind of degree should I get, Donnie, in Oracle reading and communicating with spirit? Anybody know? On that note, he probably doesn't know that's why I blocked him out of my life and never spoke to him again, but I'm ready to admit it now because I honestly don't care. At that time, I cared very much. He told someone to be careful with me because I'm not actually a professional. I haven't studied anywhere or gotten any degrees. And yeah, you can do that. Again, he has no idea. But then again, maybe don't, because he might tell Tex that too and try to lose me more business. Yeah, he's definitely sarcastic. He's funny, but I think sometimes he crosses the line because I feel like if you're not close enough with somebody, like I had 3 or 4 people message me that were very offended by his saying that, because they didn't know him like that. You know, he was like the newcomer. And I've also seen him bully and belittle a lot of people on Facebook, really bad, like calling them terrible names and like not kidding at all. Yeah, and I'm not saying that to put him out there. That's just true, and that's one of the reasons why I'm no longer friendly with him is because the abuse he was dishing out to these people. Well, Miss Smoochie, I do appreciate that, but that's the thing. It's like this. I mean, yes, you can learn to do this absolutely with the cards, and you can learn to be a medium too. But I've been very clear that that's not how I've come across my gifts.
To get a chance.
All right, and
sorry.
After this, I'm just going to run to the little girl's room.
And when you come back, look at private chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Oh, no. And oh, nice. Oh, no. Okay. All right. And card number. That makes sense for why I was so emotional and crying in the beginning. Okay. Card number 5, Constellation, Leo. We were just talking about this, Aunt Edna. No, I wasn't. I wasn't angry. I promise. I was just reading. I was reading. Kingdom.
Angry shuffler. Just call her the angry shuffler.
Yeah, every day I'm shuffling. No, it's very rare that I get angry at most people nowadays, to be honest with you.
You don't even want to ask.
And Edna, you are the king or queen of your own life. You have sovereignty over your actions and decisions. You can create a life where your needs are met. Learn to say no as a full sentence. You have power. It is real. You do not need permission from anyone else to live your life well. Begin to embody your dreams. Be fearless and go after what you want. I am resonating with this card. Like I'm trembling right now. When we know our worth, we tend to start saying yes and no in different ways. We base our decisions on a much firmer idea of what we want, not what somebody else may want from us. We are more able to separate ideas like intention, duty, and service from things like pressure, self-doubt, and fear. We feel less resentful. We feel more engaged. When we do this, we are acting as a king or queen of our own realm. Jules, does your dad want a reading? We could definitely bump him up. I think it's awesome he was in here, by the way. When we do this, we're acting as a king or queen of our own realm. When we are saying yes to something, it's real. It's a full yes. When we say no, there's no simpering and guilty apology, but a no that supports our sovereignty and the boundaries that everyone who seeks a healthy life must form. Forming a benevolent and nurturing kingdom is something we should all be doing as we grow year to year, especially if we have been told early by others that we aren't worth it or that our will and independence means nothing. It is up to us to be the Rex, the king, and embody our dreams. The Rex in the animal world is considered to be the lion. It's in the mythos of this constellation that the Nemean lion was no ordinary creature. The lion was unable to be killed by any weapon. No club, arrowhead, or spear could break its skin. The lion terrorized the people of Nemea in Argolis and would take young women back to its cave to devour. Heracles, in his first labor of 12, was asked to kill the lion and bring back its pelt. He tracked the lion to its cave and, laying down all his weapons, sprung himself upon the lion. He wrestled it, grabbed its front and back legs, and broke its back. The lion's pelt was given to Heracles, and he wore it like a cape, which became his trademark. The goddess Hera took the lion and raised it up into the night sky for all to see for all of eternity. So this is your constellation. This is the constellation Leo and the myth behind it. I don't even know the Pisces myth, to be honest. Leo is one of the most easily recognizable constellations because of both its shape and brightness. The bright stars it contains have been known by ancient societies the world over. Its brightest star, Regulus, or Alpha Leonis, is blue and white in color, and its name means little king in Latin. Leo is quite spectacular in that it features many bright galaxies, including the spiral galaxies of Messier 65 and 66, being part of the Leo triplet. The amazing Leo ring cloud, captured so beautifully by the Hubble and James Webb telescopes, is found within the orbit of two galaxies. Words of power: I am the sovereign of my own life. I bet she is, Black Dragon. But Hera, yes. All right. So, Anna, I do feel like as you start to feel better physically, even if it's only a little bit, you are starting to regain back a lot of your power. And unfortunately, though, or maybe fortunately, depending how you feel about it, you're going to have to start reminding people who you are. I feel like, and we've talked about this in readings very recently in the past several months, where I know this is true, where I feel like people were looking at you as weakened because you were physically weaker in the moment. This is you remembering who you are and no longer going along to get along because you might need this person. You know what I mean? Like this person saying, well, sure, I'll give you a ride if you can't drive, but you got to give me $100 gas money. I feel like people are trying these like little manipulations on you, little by little by little, thinking that you were in a desperate space where you were going to be forced to agree. First of all, if you were, you need to confront that person and cut them off immediately, or those people. And secondly, I feel like this is just you taking your power back. And I'm so glad to finally see it. This doesn't mean you won't have bad days. But what it means is they're going to be a lot few and far between what they've been in the last 6 months or more. This is the universe telling you that, no is a full sentence. And you, for some reason, have to keep reminding people of that. That's over and done with. Stand by your word. Say what you mean what you say. Leave no room for there to be miscommunication. And this is how you're going to weed out the weeds that have kind of wrapped their way back into your life as you have gone through all this, who now you're like, well, they helped me. I really don't know how to tell them. I don't want them anywhere near me anymore. Just tell them. Okay, this is how you're going to reclaim your power, not only over your life, but of your energy as well. So going forward in the next week or two, anyone who can't take no for an answer or who you feel obligated to say yes to, take a break from them or get rid of them altogether. And I'm seeing that very strongly. It's like in the movie The Bronx Tale, where he's like, and if she doesn't do that, dump her. And he's like, dump her? And he's like, yeah, right there on the spot, dump her. And he's like, dump her? You know, for like not unlocking the door. Yes, it's that serious. Get rid of them. They're blinging you down. What is wrong with me? They're bringing you down. I'll be right back. I got to use the potty. Yeah, no. Don't let it happen. Ouch.
Okay, next will be
Ouch.
Munchie. Munchie Chipmunk. Then Johnny Yuma, if you're still here, please let me know. And if he's not here, then we'll do Life with Bobby. Hello, Becca. I'll let Gemma know you said hello to. How's everybody tonight? Jeez. But don't let her do it, Edna. Don't do it. Don't let her. Party time. Oh, party time. You're killing me, Mike. You're killing me. So, Johnny Yuma, if you're still here, let me know. If not, I'll just go ahead and do Life with Bobby after I get Munchie. So, once again, it will be Munchie and Moon at Noon. If you come in, let me know. So, let's try this again. Munchie Chipmunk is next. Then, if Johnny Yuma says anything, he will be. If not, Life with Bobby. I'm sorry. And then Roger Blair. So that will give you the next couple people. I'll remind you as we go. I do hope everybody has a good and safe Memorial weekend. I might as well get my time here. I know you're here. I've seen you. I saw you in there, little lady. Got you covered. Yes, you are next. Yeah, people come in to say hi, and then they leave their. So make sure you hit that thumbs up. They leave a thumbs up, and then they move about their business. We appreciate that. Gemma, Becca says hello. Ashley's daughter.
Hello, Rebecca.
And next will be Munchie.
I'm here. All right, Miss Munchie. Let's use Dark Goddess.
Hold on one sec. After Munchie, in place of Johnny Yuma, because he's not answering, let's do Paul Denton because he's getting ready for bed.
Okay, got it.
Do that.
And thank you for coming in, Mr. Deaton. I love it. I really do. Not too much. I was telling everybody before, I don't know if you heard that, it's not too often that people will bring in a parent. And to me, that's a huge thing because that shows me like there's trust, right? Like I'm not just bringing my mom into any YouTuber's live stream and telling her to get comfortable. So,
well, I tried to warn my kids about you.
So cool. What?
I said I tried to warn my kids about you, and they still came in.
Gotta warn them. All right. Pandora, Munchie, curiosity. You could be in the process of making a huge mistake if you go ahead. Pause for a minute and take a good look at what it is you're about to undertake. You must dig deeper and investigate thoroughly before you make a decision. Look to see what the outcome could be and what effects it could have on others, on you, and also your future. You are gifted and talented with abilities, and many opportunities have already and will continue to be presented to you. Sometimes, though, you see your gifts as a curse, rather like Pandora. Expectations from others and of yourself are hard to live up to, yet your ambitions propel you further and higher. Boy, that sounds familiar. You would be wise, Munchie, to heed the warnings of Pandora, who wishes you not to become a victim of temptation as she once did. So with hope in your heart, keep the lid firmly closed on tempting offers at this time before looking at all of your options. Make sure you know what you're getting yourself into. Don't be sidelined by your own curiosity. Hope will pull you through. Face up to the consequences of your actions. Investigate an offer that seems too good to be true. A surprise gift will arise. Use your gifts and talents wisely. Here's what I see here. Some sort of get rich quick scheme. But Ashley, I love you too. I love you guys so much. A get rich quick scheme, but it doesn't need to be like actually rich, right? It could be like, say you want to start a YouTube channel. This is like gain 10,000 followers in your first week. And it'll actually happen, but at what cost, right? This is something that seems too good to be true. And more than likely, actually is. But I feel like you've been working so hard towards whatever this goal is, right? Just say YouTube channel as an example. You've been working like me maybe for years towards having 10,000 subscribers. That's something that simple. Like all you have to do is like indentured servitude for like a month. You might be willing to consider it because you've put all of your hard work, blood, sweat, and tears into this. No. The universe is saying this is an enemy temptation. Someone is trying to throw you off your game, take you, off of all of the really major, amazing opportunities that are real and that will be coming in for you. There's no cutting corners when it comes to putting the hard work in behind your dream. And I feel like whoever's offering this to you, first of all, they're getting way more out of it than you are. And second of all, they're not even going to be able to deliver. Munchie, please don't be drawn in by promises of, right? By future faking. You are on the right track in whatever this is for you, love, career, money, whatever it is that you've been really hoping for, and you've been trying to put faith behind, like, all right, it's this area of my life is bad now, but it's going to get better because I'm doing A, B, C, D, E, right? Don't let anything take that hope away or take that focus away. Because I'm telling you, if you give in to whatever this is and accept this crazy opportunity, things are going to get worse and you're going to get further away from your goal. So please don't sign any contracts. Don't make any commitments. At least in the next week or two. And I feel like within the next month or two, as you go about doing your own thing, the long, slow, hard way, right? The annoying way, but the way that always works, things are going to be revealed to you where you're going to be like, oh, poop, thank God, or thank goddess, or thank whatever you think. I did not fall for that. Someone is literally trying to scam you. I do feel like in your resistance of being scammed, because deep down inside in your intuition, that's exactly what's happening. But you're like, man, what if this is true? No, put the hope towards something that is going to work, like your hard work, your dedication, your love, your energy, your ability, right? You are going to receive some sort of really great opportunity in a different area of your life. That's going to give you hope. Like, oh, wow, if I could succeed in this area, I'm totally going to succeed. There's something really good, some positive news, a great opportunity that's actually real, that's coming in the next 2 weeks. That's going to make you remember why putting in the hard work, the effort, and having to take so long because you have to learn through the lessons, why that's important. I feel like you do need a reminder, and it's coming in the next couple of months, particularly in the next week or two. That reminder is going to come, and an amazing opportunity or an amazing gift. Okay, Paul Deaton, this one's for you. I am going to, can someone type in and let him know? I don't know if he can hear us. Unless he's just saying hello.
He said hello. He's there.
Okay. Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm reading for you right now. It happens so often that people have no idea. All right. I'm using Deep, Dark, and Dangerous. We call this the Blue Crossroads deck because it is, it's his adjectives. Whoa. I could have swore. Okay. That was really bizarre. Okay. I just saw two of the same card as I was shuffling. The dragon card, which, impossible. Not possible. There's only one, but I did just see two, and I wonder what that means. I'm gonna have to read that card after this is all said and done for myself. Mike Roberts! Yo, I wasn't reading for you, but I will. It's good to see you, sweetheart. I hope you're doing well. All right, Paul. Oh, you got the harpy. Sorry, I always have to say it that way because I saw it in a horror movie. The harpy, the card of chaos. It is a dangerous card. It's card number 35. Miss Pixie, if you'd like a timestamp, of course, you can have one if Miss Pixie's still here. All right, Paul. The situation will evolve very quickly. Remove yourself from the influence of chaotic people and situations. Stand firm. Justice is being sought actively and may well be found. Organizing influences must be found to turn chaos into advantage. Don't be hungry for the wrong things. In today's lexicon, we only hear about the word harpy as a derogatory term for a shrill and unpleasant woman, a Karen. Women who are outspoken and who work within patriarchal systems often get that term thrown their way, and it references a screeching and thoroughly ugly and unpleasant creature of the ancient Greek and Roman world. The origin of the harpies were associated with the elements of air and wind. The most destructive winds were caused by the harpies and always brought with them terror and chaos. Traditionally, harpies flew. They were a woman/bird hybrid at great speeds and came crashing through the air without warning. The harpies in the oldest mythos were ugly and fierce, with claws, bird wings, terrible voices, and sharp teeth, and they were always, always hungry. This hunger, never satiated, meant that they would swoop down and steal food from humans and take cattle and even sometimes people. If someone disappeared without warning, it was said that the harpies had carried them off. Zeus himself would send the harpies to torment those who deserved it, and the stories featuring harpies often included them punishing those who had starved their families by stealing or polluting their food. King Phineus of Thrace, for example, had condemned his own children, and thus the harpies were sent in and steal all of his food. They pooped in his food. While in many also justice brings broad and structure to situations that punishment. Plant dragon arum, and your crystal companion is malachite, which is actually one of my favorite crystals because it's my favorite. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're kind of coming in and out there, hon. But you can hear you.
Okay. All right. Yes, Heather, no problem. So we'll timestamp Heather. Casey does not want a reading tonight.
Okay.
Okay. So Paul, this is actually a pretty simple card. If I start breaking up too much, guys, let me know and I'll pull out and come back in. There's something here that I feel like you're really either upset, angry, or hurt about, but you don't want to put it out there. You're being strong for others in some situation right now, but deep down inside, it could be emotional hurt, but I'm seeing pissed. And your energy just from right now and just from knowing Jules, you don't seem like really that type of person. But I do see you kind of wanting justice or possibly, dare I say, revenge in some way, even if small, against somebody or a group of people, some organization. There's someone here that really screwed up badly and they did not do right by you. You may not even know that this happened yet, but it's coming in the next few weeks that you're going to be like, oh my God, I trusted these people or I trusted this person to take care of this. It wasn't taken care of. The universe is saying the best way for you to get this justice or get this revenge. I don't like the word revenge. I'll say justice because in your case, it is righteous anger that you're coming from. Yeah, you might in the next couple of weeks. It could be coming in energy. So there's something here that, okay, it could also be a form of regrets. So this is either you're looking to kind of hold people accountable, or you have regrets and you're trying to find a way to hold yourself accountable because you feel like you may have failed in some way somewhere. All right. So let's go with that. What the universe is saying is the best thing that you can do in the next few weeks and in the coming months is to just learn that some things are out of your hands. Whatever this situation is where you either are feeling or could start feeling soon, you're very regretful or that you failed in some way or that you didn't do something right. You could have prevented something. The universe is saying, what you don't realize is that whatever this was that happened had literally nothing to do with you. And no matter, you could have given your blood, sweat, tears, and soul, and it still wouldn't have changed the outcome because whatever this had to do with, whoever this had to do with, whether it was one person or more, that was their chart. It was what was going to happen regardless. So I would say in the next few weeks, start understanding that sometimes these things happen to us where we're made to feel this way, maybe helpless, hopeless, or just, kind of upset with life, as we all tend to be sometimes, because we have to learn lessons. And sometimes when we think we've learned it all, something new pops in. This is the universe comforting you and telling you that justice is always served universally in its own way. You are not being punished for anything you did wrong. You're not going to be punished for anything that you did wrong because you didn't do anything wrong in whatever this situation was. There's something weighing very heavy on your mind. Maybe it's not coming to you right now, but it will. Trust me. The more you think about this, the more it will resonate. And I would like for Jules, if it's okay with you, to let me know when it does. This is the universe saying, like, no, like this had nothing to do with you. You could not have prevented it. And sure, you can make changes to who you are for the better, and that's never a bad thing. But don't think that you have to change things simply because you, quote unquote, didn't do the best thing or the right thing. Because that's not the issue. As far as there's plenty, I don't know about lies, lots of lies. Unfortunately, more are coming in the next few weeks. And I feel like there's like this righteous anger stirring in you where it's like, there's a part of you that wants retribution and or retaliation. Like, who the hell does this person or do these people think that they are lying to me? When deep down inside, I think if you really think about it, you either knew that they were lying or you knew that something was off, and you're kind of thinking to yourself, damn it, why didn't I call them out on it? Why didn't I follow my intuition to that point where just to be able to say like something's not right here, you kind of just were like, okay, what'll be, it will be. And the universe is saying, you were meant to do that because the situation needed to play out a certain way and it had nothing to do with you. So taking all that together, Paul, what I would say is release any negative feelings surrounding the lies, even though that may be hard to do, especially if you were directly lied to, and it's something that's painful for you. Because it had nothing to do with you. You're still the same amazing, beautiful spirit that you've always been. And you couldn't have changed this if you tried. Even if you had spoken up and said, you're full of poop, like, no, it wouldn't have changed. The person still would have been continuously full of poop, and then you would have felt even more helpless. And if you don't understand a lot of what I said, I tend to speak really fast. I'm very animated. Jules can probably help break it down for you. I'm so happy you came in. I hope you get the most out of this reading. And please feel free to come in anytime. I love it. I love it. So Miss Pixie, I don't know if Ghost Dragon told you or not, but if you would just like to have a timestamp, obviously that's okay. And when you're ready to discuss what's happening, you surely can. I know a lot of prayers will be going out, but until then, if you need me, I'm here. I'm here, sister, and I love you. And Paul, I think that's the thing too, that feeling of like out of control. Do you know what I mean? Like it's out of control now because you can't even go to these people and talk to them and be like, hey, why didn't you just tell me the truth about this? Or why the F did you lie to me? I mean, whatever the case may be, if you could be feeling hurt over it or angry over it, and it would be righteous either way. The universe is saying you have to find peace in yourself and space to move on and know that that was how this was all meant to play out. Nothing you were going to say, do, ask, think, or feel was going to change the outcome in the end. They were learning lessons by telling the lies, by going through with the facades, and I know Jules deals with this a lot too, with a lot of the same energy I'm picking up off you. She deals with it as well. Like, I want to be angry about this, but I know I shouldn't be angry about this, or I want answers to this, but I know that I'm not going to get them. So I need to be good with that. And she's come so far, bless her heart. But I think there just comes a point where we have to understand that every single person who's a light being writes our own contracts. And we decide sometimes that we are going to be lied to. And that's how things are going to play out. Yes, nuts up, I got you. Poop is just weird. So before, I got to tell you guys a funny story. Me and my little guy, he's going to be 6 in July, by the way. We were watching a show, and it was like, guess the name of the movie by emoji. And I didn't know what it was. So he thinks it's hilarious when I curse. And I try really hard not to curse around him, but sometimes I'll say like ASS or SHIT because he laughs hysterically. So I turned around and I said, I don't know, SHIT ASS. I said it. And he started laughing so hard. He turned around and he said, SHIT poop. And I was like, dude, you can't say that. And he's like, ha. And it was just like the funniest thing. And I was like, don't you know that when Mama does my live streams or when I talk publicly, I always say poop. And he's like, yeah, but it sounds so weird, even coming from an adult. I said, what do you want me to say? And then I said, SHIT. And he was laughing. But he didn't believe me. I was like, dude, I do. I say poop. I behave respectfully in public. He thinks it's weird too.
You can tell him when he goes to school, he can just say, oh, poopily.
Poopily. Or instead of, the F word, I'll just say F word. Still don't want him repeating that one. But he just, for some reason, even when we're playing like with his little action figures, and like I'll joke around and make one of them say like the ASS word, he just goes crazy. He thinks it's so funny. I
guarantee he's already heard half of that in school. So
his little Peppa Pig characters, and every once in a while I'll make him say a curse word. He thinks it's so funny. My oldest will be 25 in October of this year. Mine are 25, almost 25, just turned 23, almost 20, and almost 6. And my daughter in there, she'll be 16 in November. So Kyle will be 25 in the end of October. Logan just turned 23. Damien will be 20 in the beginning of October. Eliana will be 16 towards the end of November. Jules's birthday, my daughter's birthday. And then my little guy is the 13th of July. All right. You said who's next like 4 times, but I still.
Right. I never got it out. Life with Bobby.
Okay. Life with Bobby. Everyone, thank you guys for your patience. Life with Bobby. I'm going to use the Halloween Oracle. Yeah, and I don't in front of my parents either. Actually, sometimes I will, but I won't say the F word in front of them. Even though both my parents curse like sailors. But I won't say the F word, and I never curse at them. My mom always says, she's like, you're the only one of my 3 daughters that's never actually cursed me out. Like, I won't do it. I'll walk away first. Hey!
Latru, what's up?
Mike, we miss you too, honey. And you're always welcome here. Always. Doesn't matter how long you're gone. You're always, you have your family here.
I never heard my dad cuss. And I was told he cussed at the garage very rarely. But now that he's been hanging with Giles, who every other word is a cuss word, he's starting to cuss. It's so weird listening to him.
My husband doesn't curse. And if he does, like he'll say something in the car, like he'll forget he's with me. And like, he'll be like talking to his friends and this is like the one thing, it's the weirdest thing. He'll turn around and be like, oh, excuse my language. And then he'll amend his language because I'm sitting there, which, sometimes with the way we get along is just really funny that like that would be the thing. He's very adamant. Like, you don't curse in front of women. You don't curse in front of your wife, and you don't curse in front of kids. And he'll catch himself sometimes. And like, that's where the apology comes in, because he cursed in front of me. At the squirrels. So Miss Jules, you actually missed your dad's reading, which at first he wasn't really resonating with it. And then he kind of I kind of got a new angle on it. And I told him that because I talk really fast and, because I have to get through so many readings, that if he wanted to let you listen to it and you can kind of help him make the connection. Good night, Mr. Deaton. Thank you so much for coming in, and you're welcome anytime.
Have a wonderful Memorial weekend.
Yes. All right, Life with Bobby. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. My grandma Pat, my dad's mom, she was, right off the boat Irish, and she cussed like a sailor. They all did in the 80s, though. Like, if you're yeah, he did. He definitely did. We bumped him up. We're like, parents always get bumped up. Like, if you want to, we'll do it right before you go to bed. And it was a good one. I think there's a lot of healing that's going to be going on really soon with your dad. Guys, when I picked up this deck tonight to use, I was like, somebody's going to get the skull cards. And there's several of them. I didn't know which one specifically, but I knew Skull of Stars. Rainwater, welcome. If you like a reading, please let us know and stick around. Life with Bobby, you got Skull of Stars, Infinite Possibilities. Why think so small when galaxies spin within? Realize that you are made of the stuff of stars and infinite possibilities begin. This skull brings us back to the fact that we are all made of the stuff of stars, yet many of us think so small. We are each born with a blank canvas to paint upon, and we are indeed an open sky of possibilities. It's easy to feel small in a world that's so busy, impersonal, and seemingly self-absorbed. We can at times feel lost and unclear about our direction and lose sight of our place in the cosmos. The Skull of Stars reminds us that we are only limited by our own imagination and boundaries. If we can dream it, it really is possible. This card indicates that you need to think bigger, Bobby, and more broadly about your future and what you'd like to achieve. Perhaps there are false beliefs, often old, that no longer serve you as you grow and change. Sometimes these beliefs may not even be yours. They may have been imparted to you by your parents or the wider community, yet feel rather incongruent to you. You need to endeavor with all of your heart and soul to live the life you want and honor your own wishes and your own truth. Mike, I had an old lady friend. Her name was Marie. She was my best friend in the world. She was like 92, and she was deeply religious. Went to church like every night of the week, never married because she was a career. I said, why didn't you ever get married, Marie? She goes, I was a career woman. One of the first people to work for like the telephone company. And sometimes when we were driving, she drove like a 92-year-old. And she'd be like, she'd cuss, and then she'd be like, what would she yell? She'd yell holy hat instead of like she'd curse and then say holy hat. And then she'd be like, mother F this, that, and then she'd be like, Jesus is with you. And she'd keep going. I'm like, Marie, that's not how it works.
My grandmother's name was Marie. This one. Okay.
She was good. She was a good lady. Okay, so life with Bobby, I do feel like you may be, if you're not doing it now, definitely in the next couple of weeks, coming into this energy of really rethinking some decisions. Like you may be sitting there looking at your life and thinking maybe what if, or if only, or maybe even contemplating like why you had to go through certain things, right? Like some of us, it was like one bad romantic relationship after another, cheaters, beaters, overeaters, losers, bums. Some of us, it is never being able to keep a job no matter how hard we try. We all have this one lesson, right? And some of us have more that we look back at some point once we get a little bit older and we start to be like, you know, why did I have to deal with that so many times? And we start to take it on us like there's something wrong with us. I feel like this is the universe saying it's because you needed to learn a lesson. And it was a generational one. Usually they're generational, like through incarnations, we've dealt with this. This is the lifetime. So many light workers in particular are coming out of these generational curses. We're breaking ancestral bonds and patterns. And can you fix that, please? And I feel like now is the time where you're coming to realizations about that, right? So you're looking back and going, well, what if I had done this different? Or what if this person had treated me differently? There's just some nostalgia here. This is the universe saying it's just lessons you had to learn. And the quicker you understand that it really wasn't anything personal. Hey, Kelly, that you can move ever more or ever quicker forward, right? So here's the thing, Bobby. What is it is it ascribed to? What is it you're striving for, I should say? What is one thing that you'd really like to achieve where, you know, you've long given up on it, you know, and you're like, well, that's not possible now either, you know, with my health, with my age, with my location, with, you know, my whatever it is. The universe is saying, start thinking in terms of that. Maybe you can accomplish, like me, I always wanted to work for the FBI. I'm 41 years old, and with my past and my age, I can't. It's not possible. They won't accept me into the FBI. So you can tell me that anything's possible all day long, and I'll tell you that's not. But why wouldn't I focus on something that is? What's another amazing goal? For me, it was becoming a best-selling author. For me, it was having everyone's attention on me all the time. And I found a way to do that, there are still things that you really can accomplish and that you're meant to accomplish in this lifetime. Okay. The universe wants you to start focusing on those, not because there's any time limit, but because why not? Why not do things that are going to make you feel good? And instead of taking responsibility for things that you did 20, 30 years ago that may have put you on a collision course with some bad thing, start thinking positively. And once you do, especially in the coming months, the next week or two, the coming months, you are going to start seeing opportunity where you've never seen it before. So you're going to start, maybe paying more attention when people offer you to come with them to, I don't know, some seminar somewhere where like you've always wanted to be a speaker, like those little opportunities that normally you would have been like, nope, don't have time. You're going to start paying more attention to them now because you're more forward thinking than backwards. Oh, it's so hard to do, but the universe is saying now's your time because opportunities to do just that are going to be coming in. But if you're not at least open to the idea of looking in a forward direction and working to achieve, even if it's just the smallest goal, I think it would make you feel so much better instead of living in this perpetual regret. Not that you always are like just sitting around moping about it, but I feel like it is crossing your mind more and more lately, or at least it will be. And the universe is like, F that, like take your mind and put it on, focus on something you actually can do and that you can achieve, something uniquely you. Maybe something someone always told you couldn't do. Go do it. Or at least be open to the idea that you can. Mike Roberts, I don't know what y'all are talking about, but let me tell you, Mike Roberts, I can tell that you have been a student of the Gemma Jade channel for a long time. He said, life with Bobby, you can forgive her without saying a word to her. It's for you, not her. Forgiveness never has to equal reconciliation. And I always say this, the other person doesn't even have to know we forgave them. I've forgiven someone who's currently treating me like poop. I just forgive them every time and move on. Is it easy? No. Do I spend some nights screaming into a towel at the top of my lungs and crying so no one hears? Yes. But at the same time, I just don't let it affect me in the same way that it used to, where I become depressed and despondent. And when I start to, guess what? It always seems to be on a night or a day where I'm about to hang out with you guys. That's literally what was happening that made me late. I was becoming too affected by an outside force that was emotionally hurting me, and I wasn't moving on from it as quickly as I usually do. I was taking too much of the blame on me for how someone else was behaving. And that's when we lose ourselves.
Okay, next will be Roger Blair.
All right, give me 1 sec. There was something else I wanted to respond to here. Yeah, Kelly, I think you've been in here before. Maybe if you ever decide you want a reading, just let us know. It's not a big deal. Someone said something that I really wanted to, it'll come to me. Oh, Mike Roberts, this isn't it, but I've got 3 different ice creams. You know, the one snack I eat almost every night is ice cream. I love ice cream. All right. Yeah. And that's okay, Mike. That's okay. Forgiveness never has to equal reconciliation. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. Who's next? Roger? Is he still here?
Roger, you still here, right? I thought I saw you.
I mean, if not him, we can timestamp because he's here every week.
Every time,
yeah. He never asks.
Well, if he pops in, that's fine. Oh, here you go.
So, Kelly, I was just going to say, I saw your beautiful comments yesterday in BMR, and, I think you could see my face when I read it. It was very beautiful, and it couldn't have come at a better time for me. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing my alignment, but I'm getting there, and you guys help me get back. And just kind of beautiful words like that really do, like what you said yesterday. She was saying I could listen to Gemma talk, all day or whatever, and it just was like people are finally over telling me that my voice makes them want to go unalive themselves. All right, I'm going to read for Roger, and if he comes in, just timestamp it because he's here every week. He never asks, and we don't have, I don't think we have any tonight. No, Netter, not yet, sweetheart.
The only ones you got is Pixie and Heather.
Yeah, Heather. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Divine Empathic, if you're still listening, when is your birthday? I couldn't remember if it was today or yesterday. Yeah. And I just wanted to acknowledge it. Yeah, Edna, I didn't realize that, but I believe it when I think about it. All right, Roger Blair, we're using Oracle of the Hekatean Path. Tuesday, okay. Because today is Melissa Bacon's. Is it today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
I can't keep up. Too many Geminis.
Yesterday was Melissa's.
Isn't Pop coming up too? But he's a June Gemini.
Yes, he's the 16th, no, the 17th. He's the day after Father's Day. Yeah, sometimes he gets a little carried away when he knows it's on Father's Day. So he's like, oh, I get double the gifts.
So I have my daughter's father, which was the 22nd. He turns 40 in heaven. Probably not, If I believed in a place other than heaven, I would say he went there, but I know we all go to heaven, although the thought. Anyway, he was the 22nd. Then my ex-brother-in-law was like the 23rd or the 21st. Then like my mentor was 2 days ago, and I got Miss Bacon and Divine Empathic, and there's like 3 other people on Facebook. My friend Melissa, my other friend Melissa, so 2 Melissas were like today.
Oh, Ashley, thank you so much. He'll love that. You'll spoil him, and then I'll have to deal with it.
We do need one more timestamp on Darling Deb, though.
Okay.
I know it's a lot, 4. I usually only do 3, but it's okay. All right, so Roger Blair got Patnia Theron, Lady of the Wild Beast. Yeah, it's a lot. It's like once I hit July, Divine Empathic, there's just birthdays up until like the 22nd. And it's the card of nature. Oh, and my ex-husband was also the 16th. All right. Roger, the animal faces of Hecate represent the primal aspects of her divinity and in turn reflect our own base instincts and the natural world around us. In the lioness, we find strength, pride, and sovereignty. The wolf is fiercely protective and commands respect, and the nanny goat represents a sense of independence, ambition, and diligence. These aspects combined represent our untamed nature. Touch the earth, howl at the moon, swim in the sea. Reach a deeper understanding of how Hecate works and interacts through the environment around us. So, Roger, you need a grounding exercise. I mean, this one's fairly simple. I do feel as though someone's trying to take you off your game, though. That might not be the right way to put it, but it's like you've been, I cannot get the word out. I'll just say you've been striving towards something. You've been putting the work in, putting the effort in. You're super excited, even if the goal isn't like attainable tomorrow, like, in the future, like you're going to achieve this, or you have just achieved something big. There's someone around you that's like, that's not that big a deal. Right? There's a hater, a Karen or a Chad. No offense to anyone named Karen or Chad, but that's just to kind of put it in perspective of what Roger here is dealing with. This is the universe saying, dude, just be you. Don't listen to the haters. Do reconnect with nature a little bit, whether it's just going on a walk and like touching the trees, listening. When we touch the trees and push our energy in and pull energy from, we usually will get a download, even if it's just a couple words. Barefoot in the earth, maybe pantomiming a shower in the moon. If you can get away with it, naked under the moonlight, please don't go out naked under the moonlight if you live very close to other people who are going to like call the cops on you and then be like Gemma Jade said to get it. Like, please don't do that. Obviously, it's like I'm so afraid of that like, because me, like, I could do that if I wanted to. I am far away from the street. I don't have neighbors. Like, we're good. But I always get worried when I tell people to go naked in the moonlight, that there's going to be like issues. But Roger, seriously, like, just do a grounding exercise. So for Christmas, Darling Deb bought me this really amazing grounding mat. Whenever you guys see this background behind me, that grounding mat is under my bare feet. And it's a good way to get the grounding energy when you're not someone who really likes to go outside, or when you work behind a desk like I do and you really can't get outside that much. This is not a bad card. It's just saying, like, you have so many people around you right now that are like, I'm seeing like so much jealousy or feeling as though you were undeserving of something that you definitely worked hard for. And this is the universe saying, focus inward and focus on like nature, reconnection, and don't focus on them. They're poopy heads. They do things poopily. I don't like poopily people. Poopily people. I try to tell the trees, thank you. Yeah. And you know what? Some people think that's ridiculous. Kelly, I think that's beautiful. And we should be doing that. You know, I don't think we should ever take anything to an extreme degree. But what is wrong with if you're walking through the forest or walking past maybe a tree that looks like it's particularly in pain, and just touching it and saying thank you? People might look at you like you're weird, but I feel like you know on the inside how you're connecting with that, right? And why you choose to do that. I am someone with no earth in my chart. None. I have it in my, I think it's my 10th house or my 6th. That's my redeemer. Because people with no earth in their chart and no earth in their 6th, I don't know if it's 2nd and 10th or 6th and 10th. They're usually very like slovenly, like they don't shower, they don't brush their teeth. Like they're just not very, they're not grounded in reality. Luckily, I have that one house in Capricorn that is like my saving grace. But I'm not an outside person. I am not. Unless there's like a pool or an ocean involved, I don't want to be outside. In the summertime, it's way too hot. There are too many bugs. In the wintertime, it's freezing and it's freezing. Who wants to go outside? So close to figuring out shipping certain tree. Sending Gemma some. Oh, I love it. I love it. Do you know Nut Slap?
You now.
I love it. Nut Slap's mom sends out baked goods. So maybe like if you have a specific question, I could pass it on to him. His mom sent me some cookies for Christmas. They were delicious. You guys all spoil me in your own way, you know, even just with giving me so much great energy. Yeah, I do like to walk. I can't say I walk a lot because I never like have the drive to do it. But once I get outside, I'm always like, man, I'd love to go for a walk right now. And I will go either with earbuds or I will, you know, particularly not have anything like my cell phone or anything with me so that I can pay close attention to Mother Nature. Cappy. I'm fire and my wife and daughter are both earth. That's not a bad mix. It's better than fire and water. Who's next?
Nut Slap. Sir Nut Slap.
Sir slaps a lot. I don't know if that works as a nickname. Sounds like he's kind of dangerous, possibly semi-abusive. Nut Slap, I'm going to use the Vampire Oracle. Had a church service the other night, and part of the message was that God gave all living things ears to hear from us, trees, plants, and animals. You must speak to them. Yes, that right there, guys. And again, whether you believe it's a godly or religious thing or a universal thing or an earth thing, like, you know, it doesn't matter what your particular beliefs are. The fact of the matter is we all believe mostly the same things. We just put it in a different way. We just understand it differently, guys. Conversing with this dog all afternoon. Do you know who doesn't come in anymore? Speaking of dogs, Baby UFO. Not because he's a dog, because he owned the kennel.
yeah, he may be busy.
He's making bad connections. Yeah, he has not come in a while. Last week I read more readings than I have in months.
Not anymore, Mark.
He forgets. It's kind of now like a bet of like, okay, how long into the stream before he does that?
I do it in my own streams.
That's what I mean. You got the card of thirst, craving, compulsion, obsession. Ooh. Card number 21. Do you see the difference in my energy from when I first turned this stream on to now? Guys, that's real. Okay, that's what being around like-minded high vibrational beings does for you.
And she needed it too.
I really, really did. That itch. All right. That's why I never blow this stream off unless I absolutely can't do it. So next week is up in the air, guys. I probably could swing it on Saturday. I'm hoping so. All right, Nut Slap. The vampires speak. You are currently craving something with such a great thirst that it's dominating your thoughts and feelings, and you can think of hardly anything else. Thirst can be wonderful when that which you long for, yearn for is healthy and wise, but in this case, the thirst is for the kind of experience you know will have life-changing consequences. For with us, the thirst we experience is not just for the blood, the drink that sustains us. It's for the stream of humanity and the song of life and beautiful warmth that runs through the blood. So too for you, what you thirst for is very close to becoming an addiction or an obsession, which draws you away from what makes you, you. If it's a person you thirst for, their touch, their love, or if it's a substance, know that this thirst is exerting a powerful force, even close to a control. There may be an addiction or an addictive way of thinking and feeling working its way into your life. We wish to direct your consciousness to this thirst and ask you to question its source. What is it the thirst is actually craving? Can it be satisfied, or are you simply compelled to search and drink again and again and again? Know that some thirsts can be satisfied in ways that are in tune with your own personality, your quote unquote self this time, all manifestation of your essence and soul, and others will steal you further and further away from your true quote unquote self. Blessing. The thirst will lead you to know more about yourself and how far you go to quest for something you want. You could encounter a way through to self-knowledge, but consider too that what you thirst for, you may never actually find. Many of we children of the night thirst more for the humanity we have been separated from in so many ways than we thirst for the blood of the same. Curse, this thirst for knowledge, for a person, for fulfillment, for lust, for ecstasy, and the vanishment of pain through experiences or food, drugs, alcohol, etc., that distract you from the pains you no longer wish to feel, is going to dominate you. The thirst is so strong that it will take over your life force and your free will. You are being consumed. It's time to assert yourself, your true self, once again. In working with this card, it is possible to reclaim your life force and your free will. Even we vampires learn to do this after years of practice. We no longer need to give in to our lust for life and your lifeblood. Your desire is driving you. Be sure of where it's taking you and whether it's increasing your ability to live fully alive or whether it's dragging you into a seductive soul sleep from that which you may struggle to wake. It is time to be open and honest with yourself about what has power over you. Take steps to reclaim your power and listen to your guidance, being sure to follow the voice within that wants you to express your own power in safe and healthy ways. So for me, this is like addiction. So if you're not dealing with addiction, whether it be to food, drugs, alcohol, shopping. Good night, Latro. Thanks for coming in, sweetie. If you're not dealing with those things, I mean, it's very obvious if you are, it's time to really check yourself before it gets out of control. And I do feel like there's someone else's influence here. So for example, I'm in recovery. I make no secret about it. This would be like one of my old people who gave me the stuff visiting me at my house and being like, haven't seen you around in 5.5 years. What are you doing? And then they nod off at my table, right? This is like somebody is bringing this to you. Somebody is bringing this energy of addiction to you. They're tempting you with something they know you want and you'll pay a great price for, or at least they think you will. Nut slap. This could also be something that's coming in that it's like you get this idea of something. So say you go out on a couple of dates. I'm not saying you're going to be obsessed with a woman. I'm just using this as an example. Say you get to know a woman, you go out on a few dates with her, you start really envisioning your life with her. You really think she's amazing. And then 2 weeks later, she ghosts you. But you have this obsession of like, this person, I know this person's the one. I know. And like, you're obsessed with like, you have this special knowledge that this other person doesn't have, and you're going to make them see it. It sounds stalkery to me. And I don't see you being like that. So for me, I don't personally know exactly what this is, but there's something in your life right now that is in a position to take control. Meaning you're not going to want to go to work either without it or at all. You're not going to, you don't feel comfortable maybe talking to people without beer. I'm not saying any of these things are true. I'm just giving examples. Or you don't feel, I don't know what this is, but there's something here that it's risk. It's very risky, Nutflap. And I'm actually concerned as your friend, it's going to consume you. It's going to take over your life. It's going to take you further and further away from your ultimate goals and your dreams, but you're not going to see that it's happening until possibly it's too late and you've already lost so much. Right? If you want to talk to me personally about what this might be, this is just like beware of temptation. Somebody is tempting you with something that there's really a chance you're going to fall into this trap. But what you need to do is like look inward and figure out why you want whatever this is so bad and try to either find a reasonable, non-toxic replacement or accept that this isn't what you need to do right now and move on. And I know that's very general, but I don't want to say too much of what I'm seeing because there's people here and you may not want a lot of your business. I see a lot more than I say in every reading. This one particularly, I'm just not willing to go into. Paul, no, I read for you, honey, and you responded. This was your card. And I did read for you and you were saying it wasn't resonating. So I talked for a little while longer. So if you missed that, definitely rewind to where, let's see, you were 1, 2, 3, you were 4 readings ago. And this was the card, the Harpy. Who's next?
Jules.
Julie, girl, your dad's having trouble finding the rest of his reading. Jules, I'm going to use Magic of You. Give me a sec, guys. A couple of cards fell from a different deck. I just want to put those back in order. I'm still working on only one tiny desk and one larger desk. Still no office. Okay. Julie girl, Magic of You. Who's Jules? Oh, okay. I see. Jules, I'm reading for you now, honey. Thank you, Blue. Yeah, Ashley, you know what? It's the solar flares. If anyone's really having issues, we got you. Don't worry. I do have to take my medicine in about 20 minutes, guys, but it only takes a minute. Panacea. There is a solution for every problem. Card number 23, which is my favorite number. All right, Jules, baby, this is you. When a situation, person, or thing appears to tie you down and hold you back, at the same time, there is the blessing of an opportunity for a solution and rebirth of that situation. The maiden on the card floats along, her feet not even touching the ground. This image conveys the day-to-day events in the grand scheme of her life and are not holding her down or back. The rope and the rock on one foot might slow her, but the snake, the ancient symbol of the goddess, on the other is simultaneously rebirthing her. When Panacea appears, allow a situation to transform and rebirth. In fact, expect it to. When Panacea, I said that already, why don't you just reach down and untie the knot yourself? Is it loose? Why are you slow to relinquish the sense of being weighed down? Why are you holding back your own magnificence? Jules, when we feel circumstances are limiting us, we should consider that maybe we are fearful of change or being all that we could be. This card also represents the proven limitations of the patriarchal system and the mindset. I hate when they put this stuff in cards. The indigo blue flowers speak of eternal wisdom, the wisdom a child is born with and then forgets. Simplify things. Remember, you were born knowing. Let your life grow. It is time to let go of your fears and explore this next adventure. So, Jules, what I would ask of you, okay, and I ask this of myself often, are you afraid of failure? Or could it be you're afraid of success? Maybe you've tried XYZ so many times that you're just like, well, I could try it again, but why would it work now? That's what you have to figure out. Why would it work now? What have you done differently? What have you changed for the better? What have you, what progress have you made in working towards whatever this is and making it happen? The universe is saying whatever this is, and it could be a long forgotten goal that just randomly pops back into your head in the next couple of weeks, or that it just did. Or it could also be something that you're thinking of now that resonates right this minute, where you're like, I really want to try this, but you're holding yourself back out of fear. And remember, fear is ego. It's edging God out, whether you believe in God or not. That is my definition of ego. You're just pushing away the divine. You're pushing the universe away and saying, this is on me. I'm in control of this. And really, you're not. Yes, you're in control of the initial actions and the actionable steps behind what the universe is doing. But without the universe, you're just walking forward. You're directionless. Jules, in the next few weeks, I really want you to build yourself up. I want you to talk so much positive poop to yourself. Talk about all of the major amazing changes you've made. Talk about the beautiful human being you are. Talk about the person that you were meant to be. Talk about how kind you are, how beautiful you are, how great you are, how much everyone loves you. And I want you to do that, because that is going to change your mindset, thinking you're more of someone who can make something happen. This is self-imposed imprisonment. There's something here that you're not seeing that you can change very quickly and easily, but you're not, for fear. And that's what you have to figure out. You're in a position to receive downloads, so pay close attention to dreams, and you could try some automatic writing as well. Be careful with automatic writing with the energy of just how things are right now, guys. Don't do any automatic writing when feeling desperate or particularly lonely. I'm trained in doing it, and I've been getting some pretty savage stuff.
First of all, I have to say this. My daughter just texts me and goes, I want a status cup. Well, she didn't say that, but she wants a status cup just like Gemma's. Where'd you get it, Dad?
I told her what it is. When I did her personal reading, I was drinking from it, and I'm like, funny story. I went to a birthday party for my little guy, and all the moms had Stanley cups, and I felt they weren't really snubbing me, but I felt like so left out because I didn't have this Stanley as a symbol of status, and I was complaining, and this was like a couple days before my birthday. So he went and got me one. So now I drink from it, and I'm like, yeah, I made it. And I told her that. So yeah, she knows it is a status cup.
Yep. Well, I'll get you one, Ash. Just like the same color. She wants the same color and everything.
Yeah, she said, I like the green. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'll get her taken care of.
So no, Jules, you can do it. You're one of the only people, maybe there's like a handful of people that come in here regularly that I would suggest that they should try that without, proper training. Just use a little extra protection, like maybe sage. Do it, but put some salt. I've been getting offers to, I can't say it publicly, but I just haven't been getting some good stuff. And I could talk to you privately about that. So, they actually do have a teal one, I think. They just came out with a whole bunch of other colors. So the only thing I drink from this is flavored water. I've never drank anything else from it. But if I were to go, like, I'm going to another birthday party, my lip gloss is on it. I'm going to another birthday party in a month. I'm going to fill it with a Dunkin' Donuts, probably an iced coffee, and that'll be the first time. So they are really sturdy. I love it. And if I could have 10 of them, I would, because they have so many beautiful colors. But I do love this mug. It's always with me, where I even take it grocery shopping, because I'm like, it's the thing right now. And I've never been one to like hop on trends, but I just feel so cool when I carry this thing around. And yeah, it's exciting.
You should have seen her face when she got it. She sends me these pictures of like.
Okay.
Okay, next is Smoochie.
I just wanted to address Jules here.
Yeah, you're good.
Jules says, it still hurts to hear I'm loved and worthy. It chalks me up and brings tears to my eyes to hear someone say those things. Well, I'll tell you what, you are worthy. You're beautiful. Your energy is bright. You matter. You bring value to the people whose lives you touch. And you're worth everything you're going to achieve. Not that you might achieve, not that you could achieve, that you will achieve, because you've been screwed over like we all have. We ignore red flags wanting to see the best in people. And then we end up, after years and years of this horrible abuse that we put up with, whether it be mentally, emotionally, physically, psychic, all of the above, spiritually. And then we end up feeling like we're the wrong ones. I don't like receiving compliments either. I know that's probably hard to believe, but like off of YouTube, it makes me very uncomfortable. To the point where sometimes I'll say, people will be like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. I'll be like, thanks. You know, I don't know what to do with it. I get it, but you need to hear it. And you need to tell yourself. Programming is very hard to overcome. That's why so many people aren't in their abilities. That's why so many people who have the gift to do the things that I can do can't, literally can't. Bobby, do you know what I don't like more than like compliments? It's like, okay. Certain compliments, it gets old. Like I'm on YouTube, you know, best-selling author, helping all these people grow into their spirituality, and all anyone ever wants to talk about is how I look. It does get frustrating, not like the compliments from you guys, like, oh, I like your hair today, or it's the people that don't know me well, that they just see me, and you know, when I was younger, I ate that stuff up. I'd rather them say how, you know, great my book was, or, you know, in real life, how great of a mother I am. I have men that have hit on me in front of my grown sons, knowing they were my grown sons. You know what I mean? Like there has to be a line. I totally get it. But what I don't like even more, and I mean, I like receiving gifts, but I like receiving them particularly from you guys because I don't have to open them right in front of your face and react. I feel like it's so uncomfortable. And you know, in other countries, they think it's so weird that we do that. I saw people, I think it was France, and they were like, you know what's weird with Americans? You give them a gift, or they give you a gift, and you're expected to open it right there on the spot. They're like, we bring it home. And I'm like, I like that. No, Mike, I'm not talking about that. And I'm not talking about joking or like kidding around or, you know, like a brother and sister thing or our friendship. This is a family. I'm talking about the outliers that come in and the only comments they ever make, Gemma's hot. Like I'm on Dave Schrader, the biggest interview of my life, and 50% of the comments are about how hot I am. It's disappointing. But then I got to be honest, if you guys didn't say those things, I would feel like I'm old, ugly, and shouldn't be on YouTube. So you can't win with me. I'm a typical 41-year-old woman. But yeah, compliments are hard. But I think the reason for that too is I was always really smart. And I'm not tooting my own horn. I was always on the honor roll. I was always in college prep classes. I was always super smart. And nobody ever paid attention to that. I was never told like, oh, you're so smart. Like my dad and mom told me. But other than that, it was always, you're so beautiful. You should be a model. You should get your legs insured. You have, you know, like, and it was like from birth. So I just get what she's saying. Yeah. And Mike, I know that. I don't mean you guys at all. If you go into my comments, you'll see it's nobody that we've ever seen or heard of before that make the comments. If I don't get to them and delete them first. But, you know, otherwise, if it's like, oh, you're really beautiful, I'll be like, oh, thank you. You know, that's cool. But like when it's like constant, like if we were in person, you'd like drool. It's annoying. Thank you, Black Dragon. Don't mess with it. And yeah, and I saw her in the stream when you were joking around. You were like, yeah, she's got some cool outfits in the shorts, you know. And she's like, don't make me smack you. And Dragon's like, you need to go look at this. And I went and looked. It was funny. Yeah, Life with Bobby. I don't use my Facebook Messenger because of who I call the feet people. So I've had, and it's weird, it's always my feet. Can you send me a picture of your feet? What size shoe are you? What shoes are you wearing today? Do you paint your toenails?
And
So,
she hates feet.
and I hate, I'm Pisces. I hate feet. I don't even like looking at my own feet in sandals unless I'm like pedicured. So I don't use Facebook Messenger because the feet people. All right, who's next?
Smoochy, are you still here? Smoochy. Just say it 3 times.
You got to summon her. You got to summon her like Bloody Mary.
Smoochy. Well,
Smoochy.
To say, hey, Smoochy, Squatch is here.
Sasquatch is here. Oh my God, guys, did you see Squatch just walk right by me? He was looking for a woman named Smoochy.
He wanted to have a natty with her.
Yeah, I know. You know, when I came into the stream, I saw you guys talking about it. Let's give her a minute. And I was going to say I had an issue with my doctor today because for like 4 years, I've been asking for a specific medication that I know will help me with anxiety. It's not anything I ever abused before. None of my medical records will have that I was on this medication. And the head doctor that I see every month said, you can have this medication. I'm not worried about you like relapsing with it. It's fine. I'm 5.5 years. I've never relapsed, never. And I've never missed this monthly appointment. I've never failed a urine. So he's like, you're good. Getting them to prescribe it, they won't do it. They absolutely won't do it. And I was like, you know what? They were like, try talk therapy. I'm like, okay, we're 10 weeks later today. Nobody's called me. I've left 6 telephone reminders, saw my doctor twice in person and left her reminders. She blew me off and she graduates. These are interns. So the head doctor that runs the entire clinic says, no problem, but I can't prescribe that. I just am here to prescribe this. Tell your other doctor. And the interns are telling me, no, you can't have that. And I'm like, if I was in here kicking up a fuss and screaming, this place is crazy. We're recovering addicts. I've seen people throw punches. I've seen, crazy stuff go down. I'm like, if I was doing all that, at the end of the day, I would get what I want because it would get me to shut up. And I'm not willing to go to an outside doctor because then I'd have to lie and not tell them. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do this the honest way. And you know what, though? If they won't prescribe it, they won't prescribe it. I'm just not going to take it. But it is frustrating because I know if I was screaming and hollering for this extremely low dose medication that I know for a fact helps me, I'd get it. I'm just not willing to lower myself. All right.
That is so true.
Yeah. And it's hard because then I look like a drug seeker. Right? Because I'm asking for a specific, but they'll guinea pig 14 different other medications just not to give me this one. And then I'm like, when you look at my medical record, it looks that I've been on all these medications when in reality, I've taken each of them once or twice and was like, nope, not for me. It looks like I'm a pillhead. So, I was like, she's like, do you want to try this? I was like, no, I'm good. You know what? Never mind. I'll have a new doctor next month and we'll go through the same rigmarole. It'll take her a year to consider it. And then by that time she'll be graduating and the new person will come in. It's happened 3 years in a row. I'm just not going to, whatever. I'm just going to keep bringing it up casually and explaining myself. And if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. But it is a shame because sometimes my anxiety does get pretty bad. And I know for a fact this extremely low dose, the lowest dose there is, will help me. I was always told 3 things. Yeah, I'm going to put her to the side. I was always told 3 things that weren't like about me when there was a good thing that was done to keep me in my place. Yeah. You know what, though? That is ancient, no offense, but that's like ancient parenting, right? Quit crying or I'll give you something to cry for. I can't imagine saying that to my son when he's crying. To my 24-year-old, I wouldn't say it to him. Like, I wouldn't have the heart. It's funny because I didn't see my oldest kids for years, for a really long time. And honestly, through no fault of my own, really, I can honestly say that. But when we finally reunited, a few months into our reuniting, we were hanging out at my sister's house and something happened with me where I was just hysterical and I was crying and I couldn't stop. And my son, who had been a little distant up to that point, was like, oh, that's it. I'm staying with you tonight. He's like, I'm not leaving. I was like, he's like, I love you, Mom. And he hadn't called me Mom again up to that point. He hadn't said he loved me out loud up to that point. And then I just started crying even more into his chest. He's like, no, I'm not. No. And then he looks over at his girlfriend and he's like, my whole life, my father told me I was a mama's boy, and I never understood why. He's like, now I see it. Please stop crying, And even my little guy, I had a stomach ache yesterday and I was doubled over. And here he comes with his little hands rubbing my back and taking my hand and leading me to the bed. It wasn't good parenting. Most of us, at least in my generation, and I think in some of y'all's who are even older than me too, were kicked out of the house at like 8:30 in the morning and not allowed back in until the streetlights went on. I can't imagine sending my 8-year-olds out to run the streets. What? All right. Smoochie has not answered yet, but I think she'll be back.
We're going to go ahead and do Mike J.
Mike J. Sorry, I kind of went off on another side quest there.
Mr.
Mike J, I'm going to use Black Moon Lilith. It is a bit of a feminine deck, but again, Tarot and Oracle do not have gender, so. Unalive for YouTube's sake. Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes, they get you to that point. But honestly, the only one of my kids that's ever gotten me to that point, I'll just say, is not my sons. Not any of my sons. My daughter's very much like me at that age. And, she is beautiful and lovely, but she's a princess. And anyone who's not going to play along, she's going to have a problem. And I was the same way. And I see so much of myself in her. And I just want to shake her and be like, no, like, people are not going to play along with this. You are going to have problems. All right. Mike J, you got Black Moon Lilith in Leo. Allow your light to shine. Card number 5. Cowie, are you still here? He usually just comes in to say hi.
Well, the last couple of times he actually got readings.
That's true. Yeah, remember his birthday?
And when he came in tonight, he asked if you could have one. So I may have to start fitting him in a little early because, he lives out in Hawaii. So
I was just going to say that from now on, when Cowie comes in, let's offer him, if he wants one, like right away.
Yes.
So because he always ends up leaving. And I think he just doesn't want to.
He's here. He's here.
Oh,
Speaking of
so Mike and then Cowie. Good thing we had only good things to say about you, man. All right. Express your authentic light and release the need for others' approval. The opportunity to share your gifts with the world is here. The question is, are you ready for this moment? Mike, self-sabotage can come up, smothering this fiery self-expression. To be clear, this is Mike J right now. This oracle card is asking for you to deflect the judgment you may receive from others. We were just talking about this. Power struggles around your spotlight can also come up. The zodiac sign Leo represents the child, symbolized by the royal lion and ruled by the bright and energetic sun. When Black Moon Lilith is in Leo, your self-expression and identity are powerful, but you can experience backlash or jealousy from others. On top of this, you also may have had to take on the role of an adult as a small child. Healing your inner child is powerful for this Lilith placement. Marilyn Monroe, a Black Moon Lilith rising in Leo with a child bride, married at the age of 16 before she was even discovered. Allow yourself to release the judgment of others and identify your creative truth. Indulge yourself in hobbies or creative endeavors that fuel your fire. The way to heal this shadow of self-suppression is to release the need for external validation from others. The belief in yourself is all the magic you need. And Jules, I think you should take this card seriously as well. You are a divine goddess of creation. It's time to honor your gifts and allow the world to see all that you have to offer. If you have been working on a creative idea, now is the time to have the courage to show it. You love someone who is a show-stopping prize. At the same time, you don't want to feel upstaged by them. True love, though, doesn't require the dimming of another light in order for you to shine. I like that. Be brave. The world needs your gifts. Now is not the time to dim your light. So one of my exes, he used to come in here. He passed, call me Mr. Flintstone. He would always say, people would say, your girlfriend's really beautiful. And he'd say, I'm just her accessory. Like, he wanted me to be the center of attention because he knew that I liked that. I even had male friends that were like that. They were like, let's just bring Gemma out. She can wingman it. And I was like, okay. Yeah, Fun times. Mike, I don't know what's going on here, but there's something like that you either really wanted to do or you really want to do. It's like a goal. It could even be like a long-term dream, like something like, I don't know, buying a house. You know what I'm saying? But something is stopping you inside of yourself. You may feel like you've been blocked at every turn to try to obtain or gain, achieve whatever this is. Yeah, Mike, he passed a couple years ago of an overdose. So you're not considering that it could be something in you that is causing you to not be able to gain, receive, or achieve this. So it could be something small, Mike, but it could also be something, like I said, very, very big, like a lifelong goal. Like with me becoming a best-selling author, I've wanted to do that since I was 5 years old. Just be an author, really. I wanted to work for the FBI, be a model, a singer, an actress, and an author. And I was going to do all those things at the same time. I don't know. Probably could have if I'd believed in myself. This is something like that. It's something that throughout your life, you kind of always wanted in the back of your mind, but it seemed impossible. Right? Thank you. Mike, I love you. I think you're amazing. And you make me laugh. Whatever this is, when it pops back up and into your head, like, I wish I could have done XYZ. Thank you, Ghost Dragons. I wish I could have, saved up enough money to buy a house, or I wish I could have learned to play the guitar. I mean, it could be anything, Mike. When this pops back in, just know that now is the time for you to achieve this. If you can believe in yourself enough to take the actionable steps towards it and not sit there and go, well, I'm not going to be able to do this anyway. I was never able to do this in the past, so I'm not even going to bother trying, because your opportunity to gain, achieve, or receive whatever this is, and you may not know right now, but it'll come to you, is here. So that's actually a really great card. You have a dream that's about to come true, or a goal that you're about to achieve. All you have to do is take the steps towards it and not sit there like, oh, I'll never be able to do that. That's a lost dream, a forgotten dream. I know that's kind of a weird message, but that's your message. Who's next?
Howie.
Cowie, I'm going to use the Halloween Oracle. You did, Blue. And I got those two. So you're welcome, Sir Mike. And you are a valued and cherished member of our community. Seriously.
We've got to have our thunder and lightning.
Yes. I mean, it's like Thor. You're like Thor. Ghost Dragons, thank you for the donation, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. Everyone else who donated, whether through PayPal, Cash App, or YouTube. Cowie loves Halloween. You got Lady de los Muertos. Acceptance and equality. When you say that every time, it reminds me of Thor. JKL. Okay. Cowie, pale, you step out of the night in red lace, full flowers upon your crown. You bring the beauty to death, the equality and joy of the underground. The iconic Lady of Death, with a pale skull-like face, zombie eyes, and rich red funeral flowers in her hair, has become one of the most recognizable symbols of Halloween and the Mexican Day of the Dead, El Dia de los Muertos. The original model for this flamboyant Lady of Death can be traced back to the ancient Aztec goddess Mictectecuatl. As time went on, the figure remained balanced between beauty and horror and morphed into the Lady of the Dead and eventually into the more modern graphic figure of Katrina. It's also reported that the identity of the original Katrina was based on women who were very rich and had everything they wanted in this life, yet death takes everyone equally. So it was a reminder that no matter how beautiful, rich, popular, or famous you are, in the end, death will take you. The Mexican culture has a long-standing history of laughing at death and seeing it as just another aspect of life. Cowie, in some ways, death is the last taboo in many Western cultures. We tend to hide away our dying, and some of us may never even see the body of someone who has passed in our whole lives, but this was a much more common occurrence in the past. Acknowledging that death is a natural process that will enter everyone's life at some time, and that perhaps until then we can choose to be life affirming, takes away a lot of that fear. Take a light approach to a situation initially, and it may work out better. If you're holding on to something that does not serve you any longer, in particular something material, simplify. Just let it go. So, Cowie, there's several messages here. Number one is there is a major change either occurring in your life or that's about to occur. Okay. It hasn't already happened, but it could be happening right now. You're going to have a hard time coming to terms with it. It's like something that you feel was not meant to change, at least not right now. Something here didn't work out the way it was supposed to. This is the universe saying, yes, it did. It worked out the way it was supposed to. It just didn't work out the way Cowie and probably some other people too, I'm seeing a couple energies here, thought it would. The universe is saying, the quicker you can just accept that this is what it is, regardless of what you want, how you feel, any of that stuff, what you do, it's ending, it's done, it's over. Now, second fold is there's a situation here where I feel like you're either being harshly judged or just like certain people are like judging your decisions, maybe talking behind your back. I'm seeing the judge. Like someone's already made up their mind about you. Or it could be your energy. You feel you've already made up your mind about someone else. Here's the thing. You don't have all the information and they don't have all the information. I feel like there's a situation that could be going much smoother if you and the other people would drop all of your preconceived notions and just accept the other person and people for who they are. Yourself included, but I do feel it's more on them. It's like you can accomplish something so big if y'all all work together, but these people have already made up their mind that they're not going to do that. Now you're left holding the bag like, okay, how do I achieve this by myself? I'm going to tell you how. Either try your hardest to work with them. If that doesn't work, go about this in a different way. Achieve it yourself. There's nothing going on right now that wasn't supposed to happen, isn't meant to be. You got this. The reason this huge change came in was to propel you forward in a way that you never would have had things stayed the same. This is propelling you to action towards whatever this goal is. Tonight was really about, guys, there's a theme of achieving goals, going after what we want, staying in our higher vibration. Cowie, don't let fear hold you back. Embrace the hardships as best you can. And I feel like if you go into whatever this is, like, it's like, let me give you a silly example. Going into a job interview and being like super duper nervous where you're sweating and you're like, I need this job so bad. I'm so desperate. Like the person's going to be like, desperate person will work for cheaper. You know, you're going to look weak. If you go in, no matter how you're feeling inside and project I'd really like to work here, but this is how much I need to get paid. These are the hours I need to work and take it or leave it, not in that way, but you know what I mean? You're more than likely to get what you want in this situation. Okay. By not allowing others to see any desperation, I do feel like there's people who would manipulate that. No matter what happens in the next 2 weeks, Cowie, present yourself as strong and expect nothing but the best. And I mean expect it. Just like you expect the sun to rise every day, expect that whatever this is going to work out for the best for you as long as you put fear aside and take actionable steps towards whatever this goal is or achieving whatever this is. Miss Ashley, I'm going to use Della Nawaits.
Yes. You got that right.
You're also, so welcome. Thank you. What?
I don't know what you're thanking me for. I just sit here and take names and be obnoxious to her. So
you show up. Oh, that's what matters. You show up.
Well, then in that case, go look at your private messages.
Black Dragon says, we aren't perfect, but we have an insight that most people don't have. Becoming true to yourself is accepting the bad things we went through as well as the good. We cannot change the past. And I feel like that's why a lot of people, my family included, like a lot of them judge me. They're like, oh, you didn't raise your oldest kids, or you were in addiction. And they don't understand how I cannot dwell on that. Like, of course, like it bothers me sometimes, but I'm not willing to live there. What I can do and what I do is help all of my kids in any possible way, put myself out and in front for them. I show up for them every single time without fail. They know if mom says she's going to do something, she's going to do it or die trying. And if I can't do something, though, I'll also say I can't do it, right? And as far as my addiction, I went through that. So I don't understand why anyone else is there like, yeah, I did a lot of terrible things, but you know what? I learned so much through that. I really learned about who I am, what my limits are, what I'm willing to accept from that,
You change the things that you can and accept the things that you can't.
Yeah. And if you actually read the full Serenity Prayer, it's a lot more than that. And it's beautiful. Every girl's crazy about a sharp dressed man. Laura goes, define crazy.
There's all types of crazy, but I can give you a few, starting with me and my family.
Jules, in some certain family dynamics, there's the hero child and the scapegoat. I was always the hero child. But a lot of my friends and people I know and my sister, unfortunately, were the scapegoat. And you were the scapegoat. Either way, it's a lot of pressure and pain to put on a child. I felt like if I wasn't achieving and if I wasn't just keeping my mouth shut about things that were hurting me and bothering me, if I wasn't suppressing everything and showing up at 8, 9, and 10 years old for my dad, that I was not going to be loved, right? If I didn't get straight A's, then there would be no reason for him to pay attention to me. I had a stepmother that took down all of the pictures of me in the house and replaced them with pictures of my baby sister. And on Christmas, when I was 10, I remember counting the presents. And I was like, ooh, there's 28 presents here. And I fell asleep by the tree. And when I woke up, she's like, none of those are for you. It was bad, right? So I always felt like I had to do something, borrow money from people and like give it to my dad, and do things like I remember giving him a Father's Day gift, and it was like this little fridge magnet that I had painted, and my stepmom took it and threw it against the wall and said, that's not going to pay any of our bills. It was bad. Like, it was tragic, right? But I learned from it and I grew from it. I learned how not to treat my kids. Do you know what I'm saying? That's one thing I learned. Sasquatch feeding kumquats to his platypus. Yeah. I'm surprised Smoochie didn't show up for that one.
Yeah, really? Well, she might be helping her hubby too. He's home from the hospital and everything. So
that's true. All right, Miss Ashley, you got Jack and the Beanstalk. I exchanged the only cow my mother and I owned for a handful of magical beans. Mother was very angry and sent me to bed without dinner. Feeling quite ashamed, I threw the bloody beans through my window. Next morning, there was this huge beanstalk in my garden. I climbed it high into the sky and reached a strange land where I found a castle in which lived a mean and rich giant. I managed to kill him and steal his golden treasure so that my mother and I could live happy and well from that day on. Ashley, you have to be dauntless. You have to be intrepid. Maybe you've made some mistakes recently, but the past is the past. We were just talking about that. For now, you have to climb up the big beanstalk and discover some new land where you can meet luck, fame, and or fortune. There will be giants to fight in the process for sure, but you're cunning enough to overcome them. So go, Ashley, go. It says go, Jack, go, but whatever. Yeah, this is a great card. I love Jack and the Beanstalk and Peter Pan in this deck specifically. So hold on. Jules, absolute same about Aunt Edna, for sure. There's something about your energy that like draws me to look up to you, and really value the things that you say. Lara too, you two specifically. Ashley, I know you and I have to do a phone call, and I'm going to do it Sunday. I've made a commitment to myself and to you. Yeah. I got to meet up with Deb too. I know she's struggling a little bit. This card is saying, like, yes, you have a long road ahead of you. There's a lot going on, and a lot of it shouldn't be going on. You know, a lot of it's just wrong. But I feel like it is being placed on you to fix the problem. So regardless of if that's fair or not, that's where the universe landed, right? This is the ultimate test of you. And it's not a test you're going to be judged on, and it's not a test you can fail. The test is, will you act? I'm sure you will. It's not going to be anything easy. And I feel like this is a major test of strength and character and will. And it's not, it would break a lesser person. But I feel like there are many things that led up to this point that make you perfectly prepared for this exact type of situation where nobody's going to see you coming. Nobody's going to expect you. And you're going to show up. And you're going to show up in a way that I just see it as spectacular, right? Even though you may be afraid, right? This is a giant beanstalk with a 1,000 foot tall giant. Daunting. You have to be dauntless. Whoever you're dealing with here, they're a giant in their own mind. They're a master manipulator. They're cunning. They're charming. They're evil. There's evil here. I do feel like, though, in your mind, this person is way bigger than they really are. In their mind, too. And I feel like you're also feeling overwhelmed because you feel like this is going to be so much bigger than what it really is. If you focus, put your mind to it, and just say, enough is enough. I'm done. I wouldn't even take anyone else's advice, to be honest with you. I would do what you feel like doing. The universe, God, you're getting these downloads, and they're not going in your mind. They're going directly into your heart. This is you working from your heart center and just doing, not too much thinking. This is the universe trusting you to do this in your own way, but you can't procrastinate, and you can't make this person a giant, the giant they think they are. They're a regular, normal, gross human being. And their up-ins are coming, and you are the one to bring it to them. You got this. This is, let's call this a speck of a problem. Is it a huge problem? Yes. But the way you have to face it is that it's just something I have to do. Just like if you have to be to work at 7 o'clock, whether you want to go to work, whether you hate your job or love it, you got to get up and be there at 7. That's how you have to look at this situation. No choice. I just have to do what I have to do, period. And let the chips fall where they may. And they are going to fall in your favor because you're not making your decisions in this situation. Some of y'all might be offended by this, and I apologize, but Ashley, you know what I'm talking about. The Lord is. You're being moved by your higher power. Your thoughts, your feelings, those are yours. That's your humanity. But your action is going to be led. So your gut instincts, yes. Your heart center, even some of your thoughts, you're going to be like, whoa, where did that come from? That's a good idea. Yeah, that's your team is there. You are divinely protected and guided, and so is someone else that's involved, because this is an attack on innocence. And even though this whole thing got blown up way bigger than it is, there still is an issue here, and it's a big one. All right. So you got this. And I know I'm here for you. And then I don't call you. We're going to do calls Sunday. I have the entire day to myself. I usually do them a little bit later. So after dinner time, if that works for you. And then I have Wayne and Michelle at 8. So it'll be, we'll figure it out. I got you. Like I said, I got to do one with Deb too. And I need to connect with Tennille, my sister. I haven't even been speaking to her. I'm just Yeah, Ashley, I believe that for sure. That this is 100% that situation, because the energy that I'm seeing is like making me sick in my stomach. And that's just the type of thing that would make me feel that like very uncomfortable. I actually have to go to the bathroom. Very like scumbag is I just keep, and things I can't say on YouTube. So I'll be right back.
Yes. We got you, Ash. I know it has been. Just hang in there, sweetie. Mike Roberts, are you still here? Are you even listening, man? Because you're next. Okay. And then if Mike don't answer, Divine, if you're still listening, we would love you to be after Mike. If not, we can figure something out. And Ron Force Jr., if you're still here and like a reading, let me know. And then we're done and on to timestamps. So, Mike Roberts, yell if you're here. If you're not, that's okay. Divine, if you would like a reading, let me know. And Ron Force Jr., I'm sorry. Heather, I thought you wanted a timestamp, so we held off, so we haven't done you yet. Because didn't you ask for a timestamp on Heather B? Because if you're going to stay put, I can go ahead. If Mike doesn't answer, we'll go ahead and do you. And then if Divine answers, we'll do her. So, and New England, did you want a reading? Because I do have you ready. That's all right, Heather. If you'd like to stay put, we'll just go ahead and do you now. And then we'll go ahead and do New England, because Divine hasn't answered yet, but she'll probably will here shortly. So we're going to do this. We'll do Heather B. You'll be next. When Gemma comes back, we'll do you. That's all right. We'll just go ahead and do you if you're right here right now, because we're almost done, hon. So you're good. Just stay put, and I'll have her do you next. Then we'll do New England, because he was coming up. He was actually after Ron Force Jr., but he hasn't answered back. So, and Divine, I'll leave that up to Gemma. So we're going to do Heather B. I know she asked for a timestamp, but she's here now. Then we're going to do New England, and then we'll do Divine. She hasn't answered. Oh, Ron Forrest too, because he is here. So, and then we'll be done, and you can do timestamps. Oh, and Divine is here, so we're all good. And then you'll do timestamps. So everybody here's but Mike Roberts, that is.
Mike is here.
Mike Roberts?
Mm-hmm.
Where? Oh, there he is. I didn't even see it.
Madison. Okay. All right, just figure it's okay. They're all here. I'll read for Heather first because I know she's back and forth, and then we'll just figure it out.
And then we'll do Mike, and then we'll just go down the line. We're good.
I had to take my medicine, guys. I'm sorry. All right, Heather, I'm using the Witching Hour. I love this deck, by the way. Ooh, Ashley, that's interesting. All right, I'll try to get through these just a little faster. People are falling asleep on me. I know, Mike, you work all day, so. Life with Bobby, absolutely. Reading is a great mental getaway. I'm going to be giving away some of my books soon. Taiwas, hi. Thank you. I think 1 or 2 weeks ago I had asked about you.
Yes.
All right, Miss Heather. You get them. You got the card number 4, the Familiar, the card of Deep Bonds. Companionship, deep bonds, and lifelong connections. The tarot companion to this card is 2 of Cups. By the way, guys, when I offer personal readings, I also offer tarot and oracle together. The connection between witch and familiar is a deep fate-like bond. A familiar usually appears when a witch desires one, but also when a witch is ready to welcome this kind of bond into their life. Therefore, this card is about soulmate connections. It's a favorable card for finding love and for those seeking richer relationships. I just want to say soulmate is not always romantic. I think a lot of people don't know that. Soulmate is someone that when you're in the fifth dimension and you're writing your chart and you're charting your path, these are other souls that you're connected to and close to that say, I'm going to enter your life, when you're 25 as your firstborn child. I'm going to enter into your life as your first grade teacher who's going to have an impact. Sometimes it's romantic because we almost never marry our twin flames. It's always we marry our soulmate, but it's not always a romantic relationship. Now may be a good time to seek the comfort and support of other people. Pay special attention to new people coming into your life as they have the potential to be lifelong connections. You may feel a sense of familiarity as if you've known them for years, and maybe you have. This person may have been a part of your story over the course of many lifetimes and is here once again to support you on your path. If you have inquired about a specific person, Heather, receiving this card is reassurance to trust them and allow them into your heart. If you're already in a relationship, this is a sign of renewed respect and commitment. However, familiar comes with a gentle warning. The presence of this card merely means the connection is available to you. Meeting or having a soulmate connection doesn't mean your relationship will be easy or like a fairy tale. Be mindful to nurture this relationship to ensure its long-term health. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, Heather, I don't think this card is talking about a current relationship because the energy I'm seeing coming into you is coming in pretty fast. It's new. All right. New as in like you met this person in the last year or two, or you haven't met them yet. If you've come across someone, and if you haven't, it's okay because you will soon, that you like instantly connect with them, even if it's over the internet. And you're just like, wow, this is amazing. And this person isn't like a narcissist just reflecting you back to you. Like, the person's genuinely good and they truthful and honest, and you still feel this connection. Be on the lookout for this. This means you're on the right path in your life. And this person, whoever they may be, is going to help you move into the next phase of your life to get out of whatever every time I read for you, you have energy like mine where there's this beautiful brightness. Okay. And then there's this one lump of coal. That lump of coal situation, it's very uncomfortable. It's painful physically. Emotionally, it's very disturbing. And I honestly feel like you're dealing with someone like with narcissistic tendencies, a narcissist, or just someone who is very low vibrating. This is not about that, but the person coming in is going to in some way help remove you from this for once and for all, because I do feel like you're stuck in that situation because of some sort of sense of loyalty to whoever this is, even though they really don't have any to you. I feel like it may have taken you a really long time to see that and understand it. And now that you do, you don't know what to do with that energy except to keep giving and in the hopes that something will change. But I will tell you it never will. It's not this person is not meant to be your forever person. Whether it's a romantic relationship or not, this person's not meant to be in your life forever. They came, they made you happy, they made you miserable, they nearly destroyed you, they're moving on. This person is going to help you do that. This card is letting you know, like, you're not in as bad a spot as you think you are, even if emotionally you're very damaged. We can always fix that. We can always look inside and grow and learn, but you have to get uncomfortable first. You're so comfortable with how this, lump of coal situation is that it's become the norm for you, Heather. And what this card is saying is you're finally going to see, your eyes will finally be opened by whoever this is, that this is not okay. Like, it's not what's normal. Even if you're stuck right now, like say it's like a sibling and you live with them because you live with your parent. I'm just using that as an example. You can't just up and leave. Like, maybe you don't have the money, or maybe you can't leave your parent with this sibling. There's something here that's keeping you attached and connected, but that doesn't mean you have to emotionally connect. That is extremely hard to do. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but you have to emotionally disconnect. And this person is definitely going to help you do that. So it could be a new friend, a therapist, someone you meet on the internet. There's someone here that's been through it and that will help get you through whatever this is. You do have power in this situation. I just feel like you've been kind of trained to think that you don't. All that poop is coming to an end very soon. In the next few months, you are going to become a badass warrior woman, not taking no poop from nobody and understanding that you're not stuck and you actually are the one that has the power because you're a loving light being vibrating high. This lower vibrational bully, ain't nobody got time for that. So be on the lookout, okay? If you meet somebody that you feel very, very connected to, it's a soul connection. You're not in as bad a place as you think you are. So please try to just, I know it's hard. And again, I would never give this advice because I feel like it's so hard. It's like, it's easy for me to say. This is your team telling you, like, you got this. You are learning the lessons you're supposed to learn. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it's like, when will it end? But it will end. And it will end with you on top and being the best version of yourself. You had to go through this, unfortunately, but you have to stop thinking this is your comfort zone, because what and or whoever this is not. I don't even want to look over there because I don't like what I'm seeing. Mike. Ow. Mike, I'm going to use the Oracle of the Hekatean Path. Hi, Waz. Oh, I'm so happy you're here.
Smoochie's back too, so I'll squeeze her in.
All right. Yeah, we got time.
And Madison popped in too.
I did see Madison, Miss Madison T. I took my medicine, guys, and it dissolved under tongue. So I couldn't talk for a minute there. Black, I believe that. You've never come in here with negative energy. I mean, most of us don't when we're in here. And it's like, once we come in with it, it transmutes into something big and bold and beautiful. Did you guys see that YouTube short where the little girl, she's like afraid of the water and she's getting swimming lessons? And her swimming instructor is like this big hulking guy and she's tiny. And he's like, repeat after me. I'm big. And she's like, I'm big. And he's like, I'm brave. I'm babe. And he's like, and I'm beautiful. She goes, ah, boo, boo, boo. And that's what I feel like we do in this stream. We feel it. We make each other feel those things. Taiwas, thank you. Heard that somewhere recently, but I can't place it. What's that? What did you hear?
Shh, don't tell her.
Guys, yeah, Anna, right? Guys, don't forget my book, Gone Mysterious Disappearances, Volume 2 is out. I'm going to be doing a short reading from it on Monday at noon in a pre-recorded. Also, Campfire Stories Volumes 1 and 2. You guys love listener encounters so much. Campfire Stories Volume 1 and 2 were sent in by listeners. They just sound more like stories because, one, they were edited for a book. And two, they were sent in specifically for a book. So they had to be, I told the people sending them in, can you round it out a little bit and make it X amount of words? Can you run it through? I did ask them to put a little work into it. That's why the stories are so great. So they're like listener encounters, but like on steroids for my book. I wanted them to be perfect. And some of the encounters, I'm reading some on Monday as well, blow your mind. Glimmerman entity, extraterrestrials, everything you could possibly think of in those books. My mom doesn't even read, and she read one book one night and one book the next. She couldn't put it down. Same thing with Gone Mysterious Disappearances. And Mike, I know you're tired. Just give me a second to promote myself here. It's mysterious disappearances, but not only in the woods, guys. It's like everywhere. Like one guy ran off, I think, to be with the moon elves, the silver elves. There's lots of, and they're real disappearances, real people. And I'm just talking about what nobody else will, which is the possible paranormal, supernatural, extraterrestrial, otherworldly element to the cases. So whereas most people just spit the facts, I'm spitting the facts, and then I'm saying, why is nobody thinking about how ETs could be involved here or whatever? This one? All right, Mike, you got Asteria. I don't know what that is. I come into the chat and hit those all the time, and nobody sees them. Do they show up on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, because I only watch in StreamYard. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what that's for.
Yeah,
but I get it now.
It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that.
Okay,
It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. Yeah, it's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that. It's pretty funny because they should show up in StreamYard. I don't know why they don't do that
I think because StreamYard is connected to multiple platforms. We use it for YouTube, but it's actually, it's set up for everything. And by the way, I already put a note on my blotter to do the welcome video for Rumble. Mike, Asteria, the card of dreams. Hecate's mother was the Titaness who presided over nighttime divinations through dreams and the stars. Her gifts were passed to her daughter, who was known as the sender of nocturnal visions. Dreams symbolism is immensely personal and can be a channel of communication from spirits and the divine. Take heed of your dreams, Michael. Ask for insight. Hecate can help you decipher the code of your subconscious. So this isn't only talking about dreams when you sleep, but let's talk about those for a minute. So, Mike, when you go to sleep, and I want you to do this, okay? I really want you to do it. If you can't, it's okay, but be good if you could. When you wake up in the morning, have a notebook next to you. It could be a Post-it note. It doesn't matter. Every morning for 2 weeks, I want you to write down the first 3 words or the first 5 words that come to mind. Or if you can remember your dream, write down a few words about your dream, like things that stuck out to you. Don't worry about what it is. You're going to come back in 2 weeks and read it, and you are going to get a message of something that's going on directly from the divine. You could be receiving visits from either deceased loved ones or people you don't recognize but you feel familiar with. This would be your ancestral spirits that follow you around, that are trying to help you break those bonds I was talking about, those curses that last throughout lifetimes. Mike, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have any more of a message for you tonight. And you just came back, except pay attention to your dreams. One thing I can say is there is a dream as far as a goal here that you have all but given up on. And I said this to someone else earlier too. I think it was Mike J. And it's like, pluck, like, why are you giving up on this? Just because what? You failed 50 times? It doesn't matter. You know, deep down inside, you were either meant to do this, meant to be with this person, meant to not do. Like, there's something here that you're just like, I give up. I'm not even trying anymore. And I don't mean in a bad way, like within a toxic relationship. I'm talking about like achieving something. The universe is saying, who told you could quit, bro? Like, your guide literally, who told you could quit, bro? That's what I just heard. You can't. Your son is paying more attention to your actions right now than I think you realize. Not that that's really a bad thing, because I know you're a good guy. Just watch. There's something toxic here that he could end up picking up inadvertently from you as well. Just a little extra message. I literally just wrote, yeah, and your guide literally just said that to me. Who told you can give up, bro? That was a direct quote. I know what I'm doing, guys. I'm not, I'm no joke, but it's not because of me. It's just because I'm able to channel. So.
Okay. Let's do Divine, then New England, then Ron Forrest.
Divine, I'm going to read with the Fairy Forest. Hello. Somebody just came in. The Adventurers Lounge. What is up?
And Smoochie, I'm going to fit you in right after Ron Forrest.
All right.
That's why we put you on hold, hon.
Who is this? Who is this?
What? Oh, this is she got me screwed. This is Divine.
Divine, I thought so. Divine Empathic, you got the Solitary, card number 24. Well, your spirit guide would speak to you kind of like the way you, like they match your energy. So that probably wouldn't happen. You're welcome, sweetheart, and welcome back. Divine Empathic, within you go. When the Solitary visits, you are about to go within to withdraw and retreat from the world for a time. This can be a response to an event from the outside, a trauma, sadness, or betrayal, and the withdrawing inwards, which appears to be depression, is actually just a way of you respecting your soul's shadow. investigating it, understanding it, and mastering it eventually. This card indicates a time when you will go it alone, walk your own path, choosing to carve a way forward that you can be sure remains true to the deep self. There will be a time of learning away from the mainstream, and there may be times when you feel isolated and somewhat worried about how your new path will be perceived. It can also indicate that in a past life you have suffered for your gifts and spirituality. You may have experienced a past life as a healer, seer, witch, wizard, or medicine man, in which a new order decreed your power to be invalid or dark. This fear still pursues when you connect with the power of your gift, resulting in fears surrounding intuition and your natural talents. By going within, we learn more about our soul. It is not part of the journey that we necessarily look forward to, but it's time of great development on the spiritual path, and it is imperative to our growth. Before we can shine our light in the world, we must ignite our inner spark. This going inward is actually the sacred task of tending your own sacred flame and learning from it before turning to matters of the world again. This card can sometimes indicate that a person has undergone a literal near-death experience. Okay. All right. Miss Divine. This card is pretty, self-explanatory. I just feel like there's some area of your life. I feel like you're kicking butt in a lot of areas, okay? A lot of things that you're doing, like you finally feel on your way. You gained a lot of your power back. Like you stepped back into who you really are, all right? But there's one situation where, again, and this is running the common theme tonight, where you're just like, I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried everything but it's not a situation that you, for some reason, you can't just be like, well, I tried and walk off. You have to figure this out. And I feel like there's another person involved that is just giving no give, right? It's like all on you. You're constantly the one either extending an olive branch or trying to come up with a solution that works for everybody or giving in. And look, this person or these people, whether it's a boss, a sibling, an ex-lover, a lover, like whoever it is, they're very toxic. So you have to go inside. You have to heal a little bit. In the next week or two, do some extra meditating or maybe work with some crystals a little bit more than you normally would, because I feel like you're very out of whack because of this one situation. The thing is, once you come to a solution, and you will, you have to keep thinking about it. Once you take a break from thinking about it for a week or two and then go back, you're going to have the answers and you're going to feel like you've got your power back in this situation as well. I feel like you feel so powerful and like in control, except for this one instance. And the universe is saying the answer is right there in front of you, but you have to seek it. And the way you do that is by going within. Yeah, she is beautiful.
Mr. New England is next.
All right, Mr. Netter, I'm using Magic of You.
You think, are we going to go ahead and do a venture?
If they want a reading.
Yes, a venture. If you would like a reading, let me know. Okay. And then after I do the list here, then when she's going to do her timestamps.
Good. Divine Empathic, the answers are going to come to you in the next couple of weeks, as long as you continue to focus on self. Don't focus on these outside ideas right now. They're not going to come to you. You're like a little bit mixed up with your energy in that area. So rebalance, they say get a grip. That's actually just rebalancing, refocusing, regrouping, and then maybe going at it from a different angle. Maybe going at it from like, I'm not going to be the person bending till I break anymore. This is how we're going to do this. And if the other person doesn't want to contribute or consider that, you may have to take further action. I don't know what this means to you, but it should mean something because it's channeling directly in. New England Dirt Roadie, you got the Witch card, card number 36. The magic you seek is inside of you, so let it flow. I don't see any moon, but my windows are like very low. Like if I were to look out right now, my windows are just lower than most people's windows. I don't really know how to explain it. Like my ceiling is slanted on that side, and then it goes so the windows are all below the slant. They're not as high. Divine Empathic, thank you for being a member. All of my members, thank you. And thank you for your patience, too. All right, let's get moving because I'm starving as usual. Card number 36, Witch. New England Goat Roadie, this is the lucky card. When this card is drawn, a bonus appears in your life and key events and situations immediately turn in your favor. Remember, luck is preparation meeting opportunity. Have you taken all available steps and made all authentic efforts to be prepared for that which you seek? The witch holds her hands gently over the crescent moon, a potent symbol of new opportunities and fresh potential. Her cupping fingers allow energy to flow unhindered. The raven sits upon a branch, pausing in its journey from the underworld to consider new adventures. Leaves of gold emerge from branches. They signify comfort and beauty after periods of abstinence or loss. The witch knows herself and is not afraid of her potential and opportunities to grow and learn. In the moonlight, she willingly steps to the edge of the cliff and leaps, knowing that the natural way of the world will catch her and she will land exactly where she's supposed to. This is leap of faith. What happened? Netter, this is leap of faith. This is, thank you, Black Dragon. This is you finally going for it because you have nothing left to lose. Not really expecting much. And the universe is saying if you go for it and you expect the best, you will receive it. If you don't expect much, you're not going to get much from it. This is you taking a chance that maybe you never thought you'd take, or that, you know, you didn't think mattered, or it's like you finally realized you're missing a step towards your goal and you're ready to achieve it. Now, remember, in the tarot, the first card of like 72 or 75 of them, the first card is the Fool. The Fool sometimes has a dog, sometimes not. And I know you're a cat person, so imagine it's a cat. And one of those little stick things on its back with the little, you know, the clothes, the hitchhiker bundle. And he's just leaving. And he ends up with the tower. He has to choose between being crushed to death or jumping to his death. He meets the devil. He's judged by judgment. But what happens at the end? He receives the world. You're only at the beginning of this. You've gone through the tower moment. I don't know if you've had your devil moment, but you're moving forward so beautifully. This is the universe saying, you know what? We're going to meet you halfway. In the next month or so, you're going to have like this incredible luck. But it's actually not luck. It's just you finally taking the actionable steps, putting those steps behind the manifestation and believing in it. So I don't know what shifted here, but.
Okay, you ready? Ron,
good night, Mike. I'm sorry,
night.
Steven.
Oh, you're all right. Good night, Mike.
Oh.
Have a wonderful one. Yell anytime once you get the phone going. You know I'm around.
Same here. I didn't change my number.
Ron Forrest Jr., you're up now, sir.
All right,
Thank
Ron, I'm using
much,
the Wonderland Oracle. Thank you, Miss Divine. Thank you, everyone else who donated. PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, Super Sticker, Super Thanks. You guys are the best. Yes, Michael, sweetest dreams, sweetie. Do you see what happened with Mike? I got a specific quick message, a quote from his guide that particularly literally pertained to something he had written down earlier in the day and didn't say anything about. Guys, I'm telling you. Yeah, just identify yourself, please. One time he didn't, and I just ignored him completely. He was trying to mess with me. He's like, can you guess who this is? You're amazing. And I'm just like, I'm going to ignore
him. Well, thanks, but who that?
Yeah, I was like, who are you? And he's like, guess. And I was like, no. And then like 15 minutes later, he's like, I'm just kidding. It's me.
Oh, Mike, I didn't introduce you to my daughter. She changed her name to Baby Dragon. So that's
I love it.
Have a good night, Mike. Be safe, sir.
Come on. Well, Mike, Jay, if you need it, you got it. You're a part of our group.
Yeah.
All right, these cards are all over. So Ron Forrest Jr., I hope you're still here. I don't need you to say it again. You've already identified yourself like 4 times, so I'm just going to read for you and hope you're here. We're not accepting anyone else now, though. This is the end.
So Ron Forrest, you can do twice, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm saying after, like, everyone who's here now, it's fine, and just nobody new.
Yeah, because Madison will be Ron, twice, Matt. Well, I stuck Smoochie in there, so let's do Ron, Smoochie, twice, Madison, and then your timestamps.
Okay. Ron, you got card number 28, the card of nonsense, in the upright. The queen turned crimson with fury, and after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, began screaming, "Off with her head! Off with—" "Nonsense," said Alice very loudly and decidedly, and the queen went quiet. Sometimes, like Alice, you're going to surprise yourself with your courage. When someone is being aggressive and threatening, you will need to stand up to them and speak to them in a very firm and strong manner, much as Alice does to the queen, who is overly fond of abusing her power, threatening nearly everybody, and relating to people in one way only: overbearance. If this is taking place with a person or situation in your life, you need to call that someone out on their bad behavior. Like Alice, you don't need to say very much or criticize the person, argue with them, or even point out what they're doing. You simply need to be firm, clear, and direct and cut through the nonsense that's taking place. If you do this, you'll silence them and they can do you no harm. They will be so surprised that someone is expressing their personal power and pointing out their silliness that you're going to be all right. You'll be safe. Others will be grateful, and in time, they too will start to stand up for themselves. Even though you may not be as quote-unquote powerful as this other person, your inner courage, when expressed, makes you an amazing person who can change the world with the simple refusal to tolerate bad behavior for a second longer. The divination, courageously standing up for yourself when someone is behaving in a way that is bad or unfair, refusing to be cowed, pointing out a person's bad behavior, not backing down on the truth, looking someone in the eye, being very brave, strong, and no longer intimidated, and surprising yourself with your own power. So, Ron, yeah, there's definitely something toxic happening here. It could be something like immediately, like in your romantic relationship or like with a kid or a family member, or it could be like something outward, which I would say would be like a coworker or a neighbor or something, someone not directly connected, but really annoying anyway. I feel like this person is so used to just causing drama, and then they're the first person to be like, I hate drama. There's always drama. They're the one causing it. So I talk about this all the time, where we need to stand in our power, and it's going to be awkward. You know, like I remember one time someone was complaining that nobody ever wanted to go to their house for their parties. And I said, well, that's because you drink too much and fight with everybody. And everyone in the room went, because nobody wanted to mention the fact that this person is an angry alcoholic who attacks people when they go to her home. I didn't say it to hurt the person. Good night, Mark. I didn't say it to call out her addiction. I said it because I was tired of hearing her complaining about something she was totally in control to change. And I've dealt with another person who is an absolute bully and wondered why they had no friends, why everyone left. You're a bully. And it's not about being mean or smug. It's just about stating the obvious. It's like the elephant in the room that no one's talking about, Ron. You have to talk about it. It's time for you to bring it up. Because I feel like this person has turned their attention on you. And you may be used to, if it's an ex, then maybe you're used to like bowing down or backing down. But they're an ex now. You don't have to do that. And I feel like there's something that they're doing that's so like just ridiculously over the top, or, you know, very negative, toxic, whatever it is. It's up to you to stand up. I don't know if like they're like affecting someone you love, like I said, like a kid or some loved one, where now it's like it's not only you anymore. Their ire has been, you know, focused on someone else now that you care about, and you're like, no, I'm not allowing this to happen. Maybe it's someone new that you're with. The bullying just is going to stop, at least when it comes to you. But I feel like when the opportunity presents itself, there might be other people around, which could make you really not want to see anything. You need to say something. Stand up for yourself. Speak the truth. Don't be unkind. Don't be cruel. Don't be smug. Don't be cocky. Just state the truth and move on. This person's going to flip. How dare you? Ignore them. Then they're going to realize they no longer have that control over you, and they will move on and start bullying someone else. It's unfortunate for that person, but they're out of your life. And then you can do whatever you want to do for that situation, or you can do nothing. That's not up to you. What's up to you is you need to cut this person off and let them know they are not in control. You have, from the Wizard of Oz, you have no power here. Take your power back. Nice. Mike J, have a great time. Thank you so much for coming in. You are awesome. All right, Miss Smoochy girl, I'm going to use the Energy and Spirit Oracle. Everyone calm down. My brother is here. Ron, yeah. And it's not really it is brave to do it. Absolutely. But it's just about caring enough about yourself that you're just not going to deal with that anymore. That person doesn't have the right to treat you the way that they're treating you. They don't have the right to treat anybody that way. Nobody has the right to be cruel or unkind to anyone else for any reason. And I know people hate when I see that. They're like, people get angry. We're human. Yeah, righteous anger, sure. But just because you're angry doesn't mean you have the right to, physically assault or verbally abuse the person. Learn how to control your feelings, bro. Not you, them. All right.
And the Wendigo guy's here sneaking cheetahs again.
I just said my brother's here, yeah. Smoochy, you got card number 25, the Goddess of Dreams. Vision, intuition, and receptivity. Ron, you're so welcome. Thank you. Upright, the Goddess of Dreams, also called the Goddess of the Moon, holds out a golden vision of your future. This card heralds a time of great intuitive receptivity for you. Your psychic powers are on the rise, and you will be able to receive important guidance about your present energy and future events. Inspiring information and new ideas are yours when you start to connect with this and other spirit guides. No matter what you're working on, your ability to open up to the messages of the spirit world will spark your visions of the future and even help you visualize more dynamic outcomes. This is such a fruitful time that all sorts of spontaneous guidance will come in dreams or in flashes of insight. Smoochy, this card could also signal a deep dive into psychism, intuitive healing, or mediumship. Whether you use your intuitive powers personally or professionally, now is the time to let them arrive. Let them thrive. I guess arrive too. Affirmation, my intuitive powers are truly unlimited. I trust the messages and embrace the beautiful visions of my future. Smoochy, so there's something here that you're like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm lost. No, girl, no. You have the answers and you know deep down inside what you need to do, but it's like, it's going to be really hard. It's either going to be hard or it's like seemingly impossible, or like there's some sort of like fear holding you back, but it's not fear like you're scared. It's just like, shoot, I don't want to have to put in all that effort. Like, I'll just sit around and procrastinate until something easier comes along. You're not going to get away with it. The universe is like, no, like, you know exactly what you need to do in this situation. And I'm smirking because I do this all the time. I'm like, yeah, that's going to take like 47 steps. In a week from now, I may get one that's like 2. And if not, meh. Like, no, like, you have to deal with this. Okay. If it's seeking professional help, if it's cutting ties with someone toxic, it's like whatever this is has been going on long enough. Smoochy, pay close attention to your dreams. Keep a dream journal, like I told Mike Roberts. If you can remember, it would be, I know everyone's like, yeah, I'll do it. And then you guys forget and don't do it, but it really does help. And I also feel like automatic writing could help you at this time if you sage first and put yourself in a salt circle. There's lots of really evil energies around right now, just waiting to jump on someone. Automatic writing, you've got to be really careful and clear with your communication. But if you call your guides and your team in and ask them for the answer to whatever this is, the answer is there. You have a grasp of it. Maybe you don't know how to implement it or carry it out, but the fact is you're not lost. You know what to do. You just have to gather the courage to do it.
Okay. He was.
Yes, Ryan, it definitely does. Burn white sage and get yourself some ash, people. It works. Miss Taiwaz, I'm going to use wisdom of the wild things. Oh, that's why I was smirking the whole time. Because first of all, my name means moon goddess or belonging to the moon, and it was saying to connect with that energy. And also, like, I know what it's like to be like, that's too hard. I'm not going to do that. Like, something easier will present itself eventually. And then I complain because whatever it is didn't get done magically without me having to do anything. I get it. It's spiritual laziness. And I admit to it. I got better things to do than worry about, fixing things. It's my thought. I know that's, I shouldn't be doing that, but I do. It's toxic. It's a toxic part of our personality. And that's why I was smirking the whole time. It's not because it's funny. It is a very serious issue, but I just can see it. I can see you in my head doing it because I do it all the time. I know exactly the steps I need to take to achieve something. And I'm like, meh, I could take a nap. Like, the motivation isn't there because we're comfortable in the stillness, in the sadness, in whatever it is. So we're not motivated to move forward, even though it's painful and it hurts. It's like, well, this is much easier than the 47 things I'd have to do to fix this. I get it. Oh, your sage died. You can burn that too. I'm just saying, if you're doing any kind of automatic writing, protect yourself. My biscuits are burning. I felt so like I failed as a parent the other day. RJ and I were watching a quiz. We lay down, we cuddle, we watch quiz shows till he falls asleep. And it was named the cartoon character. He didn't know Bugs Bunny. He called Donald Duck Donald Goose. He had no idea who Daffy Duck was. And I'm just like, but he knew like Peter Griffin and like Naruto. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. Oh, Taiwaz. Okay. Unconditional self-acceptance. Wow, what a card with everything we were just talking about. Card number 26. Taiwa, self-healing is guided by the wisdom of the medicine woman who lives inside of you. Just as the raven is connected to the material world and the underworld, so too is your surface wound tied to the deep internal realm of emotion. Right now, you are urged to kindle the warm, gentle ember of unconditional self-acceptance. The raven's bright, dark power warns you to get up from the table when love is no longer being served. People show you who they are through their actions. Your job is to believe them the first time. Wow. Wow, does this hit? Instead of looking outward, Taiwaz, expecting people or circumstances to change so you can feel better, challenge your own thoughts and beliefs with loving care, because that's where your power lies. Smoochie, that was for you too. This is friggin' the same reading. Taiwaz, it's time for you to confront what and or whoever this is, but I'm not saying like be confrontational. It's just time for you to call attention to this. Now, the past 3 readings have basically said the same thing. It's in the air. I feel like, again, and I'm sorry for the repetition, but you're so comfortable in this toxic space, whatever it is, even if it's not something constant. It's like there's something here that is toxic, but it's easier to sit in the toxicity than it is to do all the work to get whatever this is done. I feel like you're giving someone, or you have given someone, way too many chances, Taiwaz. And the universe is like, what exactly do you think is going to change here? Nothing changes if nothing changes. If you're the only one changing and growing and vibrating higher and et cetera, ad nauseum, how are you going to even meet this other person halfway if you're all the way up here and they're down here? Yeah, Taiwaz, I try, right? There's definitely someone here who does not appreciate you. I see them as a manipulative human being, and I feel like the universe is urging you to move out of that space. First of all, if this is romantic, there's a soul connection waiting for you in the wings. If this is with employment, there's a better job with better pay waiting in the wings. If this is with a family member, a soul family member, there's something that you are so close to having that you always wanted. Like you try to, I'm just going to use love as an example because it's the easiest way to explain this. You always wanted, Just for instance, a loving, caring relationship, mutual respect, good conversation, love, happiness, play. And you thought you had that, but the person turned out to be a narcissist or a toxic person, right? Everything you ever wanted is right over here, but you have to break this cycle of toxicity. And that's going to be really hard because there's like trauma bonding. I'm saying in romantic relationships, there's something here that you either feel you don't have the rights, you don't have the power, you don't have the strength, or you feel like, what is the point? Because the person's not going to listen to me anyway. That's right. That's why you need to take action. Words are not going to help you here. Beautiful. Look at that. Who's next?
I was going to say Madison, but she's not answering. Madison, you here, hon? If you want to wait and if sneak Ryan in her place, you can do that.
Yeah, let's do Ryan for sure. Ryan, I'm going to use Moonology. You know what? They say it's either Trek or Wars. For me, it's Wars. I never watched Star Trek, but Star Wars, I liken everything to that. Because do you know so much of that is true? So much of that. I know it's like in a galaxy far, far away a long, long time ago, yet it's in the future. It's actually not. Like, it's happening now. Just there are different dimensions. There are different spaces where these things exist.
Well, maybe you can get Ryan to speak Cleon from Star Trek.
Yeah,
we
for
could
sure.
do a whole show in Cleon. I don't wonder how many people would freak out.
I would love it. So Ryan, you and Ghost Dragons are going to do afternoon talk for me on Tuesday because my little guy has off today. He has off Monday. So I lose 2 whole days of work. So Tuesday I'm going to be playing catch up. It takes like 14 to 20 hours of work to put those 2 videos out every Monday, which is why I'm like, guys, come on, watch it and fall asleep watching it. So it replays like, and I'm going to really have to hustle if I want to get that done. So I'm not going to be able to join y'all Tuesday. Friday, we're not having Intuitive Oracle, but I will try my best to have it for Saturday. It depends on my husband's cooperation, which usually he'll show up.
He says we'll behave, but...
All right, I got one. First quarter moon in Cancer. Push through any insecurities. Ryan, this is a really great card for you right now because I feel like you are going through some things where, anybody would feel insecure in the situation. But I want you to remember you are a badass mother effer, right? You are respected in your community. You are considered wise and learned. You are loved. You're a delight. And I feel like anyone that you're around that makes you feel like you're not, you shouldn't be around them. I know it's easier said than done. Trust me. Ryan, drawing this card suggests you may be allowing self-doubt to derail you. Chances are that you started off strong, fast out the gate, and full of bravado, but now you're allowing fears and doubts to cloud your vision. Did you email Beyond the Fray? Family issues coming up now need dealing with. Maybe you think you're not good enough or you're waiting for something to go wrong. This isn't the way to get what you want in life. Instead, be kind to yourself and to others. Work on your insecurities and keep heading towards your goals. The energy of this card says, I am and I can, but it needs to believe itself. Slow down and allow time for self-belief to grow. Knowing that you're scared or racked with doubts is better than not realizing it at all. Nurture yourself and believe that you are worthy of your goals. Does this resonate, sir? Calling me out like that. Yeah, I'm saying, don't, I asked this in one of the first cards I pulled tonight. Are you afraid of failure or are you afraid of success? Of what success is going to look like for you? I know for me, 99% of the time, I'm afraid of succeeding because then what? Then I have this reputation to uphold. Then I have a standard to keep. I feel like it's not so much you're letting other people derail you. I feel like your self-doubt, now that you're like, maybe you're meeting new people who have done a little bit more than you, or who have been in the field a little bit longer. So you maybe feel like a small fish in a big pond, or don't let anyone make you feel like that, especially not yourself. I feel like you probably could benefit from some kind of meditation, and plant burning resonates a little both. I think I'm worried about the resentment some will have for my success. But you know what? That's what you need to deal with then. Understanding that that's their problem. I have people in my own family that, I'm a psychic knower. I'm not a full-blown psychic. I'm not a psychic medium, but I am a knower, right? So when someone is sitting there typing, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. That's my, I don't know, sibling, right? It's not my siblings I'm talking about, but just say, that's my sister. Oh my God, I'm so proud. You look so beautiful. I hear in my head that this person, and again, I feel bad using my sister because it's not her. I hear them in their head going, who does she think she is? They should have talked to her 7 years ago when she was 86 pounds and eating out of the garbage. Like, meanwhile, the whole time typing, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. I want to get all your butt. Like, that's their problem. That's why the other day on Facebook, I posted pictures of my old magazine articles, and I found my coloring book. Somebody made a coloring book with my picture in it. Okay. So that's their stuff to deal with. That's their fear. That's their insecurity that you're going to show them up, because guess what? You're already showing them up. You're already showing them up because you're a better, brighter, more beautiful human being. And again, you're well respected. You're learned. The only place you have to go from here is up. So don't let yourself stop you. And I do feel, Ryan, and I'm going to call you out, I feel like it's you. This card is pertaining to you. You are talking yourself out of something really amazing. And the universe, your team is like, no, like, please don't, because this is your life's purpose. You are on your path. You're right where you're supposed to be. So if you allow something to derail you, how long is it going to take you to get back? Please don't. Okay. You got this. And if you ever need reassurance, you got my number. I just think you are fantastic. I think you are amazing. And I cannot wait to see you shine with your first book. I really did take on like this older sister role. And I want you to, I'm tearing up. This is ridiculous. I want you to succeed because your light is so bright. I feel like you can affect so many different people without ever knowing you did it. Like this ripple effect that you're having on people right now that you don't even know. So don't let anybody else, and don't tell yourself bad things. My mentor always tells me, Gemma, change the I am. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, I'm not good with technology. Like, I'm weird. I'm not good with people. And he's like, and you never will be if you don't change the I am. What were we just saying? I bathe, I boo boo boo. You guys have to watch that short.
Okay.
Hellions are
You're into your timestamps now.
All right, give me 1 second. Someone.
No problem.
Yeah, and I know, that happens quite often with me. Steven, I just read that. Thank you. That happens often with me, where I'll see someone I haven't seen in a long time. And again, it wasn't my sister. I shouldn't have used her as an example. If she listens, her feelings are going to be hurt. I wasn't talking about her. She is a huge supporter of mine in a big way. People will see me after not seeing me for a long time. And they know, like, I've written some books and like I'm on YouTube. And the first thing they'll say is, oh my God, you lost so much weight. You look so good. How long has it been since you were using again? You were using, right? Or, oh my God, you're so beautiful. I can't stand to be this. Like, don't immediately mention my looks, because when you do, I know that you are judging me and you are jealous. Period. That's how I weed them out. If the first thing you say isn't, hey, how are you? But, oh my God, like, no. Mm-mm. There's a lot of jealousy like that within like my family. And even some people in the community I had to kind of cut off because I didn't feel like they were actually rooting for me. Yeah, and it's like, if you don't like me, that's cool. I don't like some people, but I just leave them alone. I don't go where they are, and that's that. I'm not fake. I used to be very fake, particularly towards women, because I had self-esteem issues, which I still struggle with, but like in a way that, like, if I wasn't the prettiest girl at a place, I did not want to be there. I was incredibly uncomfortable. Like, really, it sounds so shallow and superficial, but that's how I was brought up. Like, my looks will take me. And now I hate it. I don't hate the way I look. I love the way I look. but I have insecurities like anyone else. But I don't like when people immediately mention my looks, because I feel like you're judging me right from the door. I did that short where it's like what people think my personality is like based on how I look. And it was like, I don't say please, I don't say thank you. And people do think that I'm like that. And I'm not. I'm like the friendliest person in the world. Yeah, and well, when I was younger, I could. Now, like, again, I don't know how people fake whole relationships. I can't even like fake a hello. All right, timestamps. Who do we got? I got Darling Deb.
Yes, and you got Darling Deb and Miss Pixie. Miss Pixie, are you still here, hon? I know she's been popping in and out. So.
Yeah, I know.
Well, let's do her first. So
okay, yeah,
and then we'll do Darling Deb, and then you'll be done. What a wonderful night, folks. Thank you.
Yeah, it was really great, guys. I appreciate you guys give me such an energetic boost. And Ryan, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you just came in here being yourself, right? And Edna, Taiwaz, everybody just came in to talk and maybe get a reading and hang out. You guys don't realize, like, the collective of you does the same thing for me that like the readings and the energy does for you all. If you rewind this when we're done and look at me in the first 5 minutes compared to now, you can actually see the energetic shift in me from being like downtrodden, feeling hopeless, helpless, trying to fake it, and then moving into this energy of I am badass, I am awesome, I got this, I'm not worried about it. The hottest wench in the room. Yeah, like I have to be. I literally said to a boyfriend, I was like, I don't know, 20, and I was like, I gave him a look. It was Damien's father, and I looked at him, and he's like, yeah, I know. And we had to leave. Couldn't help it. Yeah, it's the energy, Ryan. It really is all about the energy. Miss Pixie, I am using Fairy Forest. Not me. I always loved being the center of attention. The first half of my life, I was raised by my dad and his friends, who I called uncle. So I was the only girl in the house, and I was a little kid. So I was princess. And I was very, very self-focused for a long time. Old Gemma brows. Yeah, I might, I still have the stamps, girl. I still have them. But they're growing in really nice. And I'm not self-conscious about them anymore. I did. I took your candy bar, dude. Hungry. All right, Miss Pixie. What's up, honey?
I was gonna say we have a lot. We don't pick on you when we watch Gemma replays. We silently do it under the chat.
The only thing I see all the time is my eyebrows. Like for a while, when I used the stamp, it was good, but I didn't know how to put them on. And I was always like, well, I can't notice from this angle as much as when I rewatch. Like I want to go back and do some of those videos over again because I don't like my eyebrows. And I might, because I was horrified the one night. One eyebrow was like up here. The other one was like started here.
You've had a couple of them.
I was like, peep my brows. Are they smoochy? My sister just got her eyebrows tattooed. Mm-hmm. And I love it. I was worried for her at first, but I know like she's so much more confident now with those.
Somebody said that it would be neat if she went back and updated some of those too. I mean, updated the stories and stuff and everything.
A lot of them are updates. Like I've been doing this, guys, for 4.5 years. A lot of the old videos you watch are actually updates, but I've been thinking, how much easier would it be for me if I can reboot a video once a week for a couple, for maybe like 6 or 8 weeks, do 8 videos and write one script. You know what I mean? Like the reboot will be, I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, New England, you know how in the early 2000s, I don't know if you know this, but women were like really, really tweezing and waxing their brows. I had full-blown eyebrows, big, thick eyebrows, and they looked good on my face. And my sisters were always begging me to like pluck them, wax them. And I was like, nah. Like my mom has big, thick eyebrows too. She looks beautiful with them. But she told me she goes, I said, Mom, when are you going to let me do something with those eyebrows? And she said, Gemma, the day you walk down the aisle in a real wedding and you're the one getting married, I will let you pluck my eyebrows for your wedding. I'm like, so never. No, I'll have my big white wedding one day. But So anyway, my sister tweezed them so much that she only had tiny little pieces, and she has very light blonde hair, almost to where it was white. So now she only has the beginning of the eyebrow, and there's only like 5 hairs there. So for 20 something years, she's been just taking a brow liner and going like this because she doesn't wear much makeup. And it was, if she washed her face, her eyebrows came off. If she woke up in the morning, shit happened. So what happened to mine, I'll tell y'all real quick, is I was messed up one night. I didn't have the money to get them waxed, so I shaved them, and I still do. I use the little thing, and I go around, and I kind of, weed them out. But I was messed up, and my hand slipped, and I got this all right here, this growth, and then this one, the whole half of the eyebrow was off. So that's why for the longest time I used the stamp. But now I don't care. Like, if you don't like them, don't look at me. I don't care. Don't. All right, Miss Pixie. And then we're going to do Darling Deb. And I think we're done. We can end. I'm going to go eat a bowl of double stuffed chocolate brownie Friendlies ice cream with chocolate syrup, rainbow sprinkles, and whipped cream. Maybe some frosted mini wheat.
I'm going to eat a bowl of cornflakes, then a bowl of all berries.
I like corn. You eat all berries too? I'm obsessed.
I got the big huge box too.
Me too. Sometimes it goes on sale for like $3.49 in ShopRite, and I'm all over it. Sometimes $1.99 for the. Okay, let me stop. Miss Pixie, you guys are. I'm gonna enjoy listening to this one. Miss Pixie, you radiate strength, energy, exuberance, and life force, the kind that emanates from within, giving you an energetic force field that others respond to, but within which you dwell, radiant and well. With every day, every heartbeat, every conscious moment, including all the wise decisions you have made on behalf of your own well-being, you are beginning to develop lasting strength, and your energy is potent, a force, and a presence. This card can also signify that it's time for you to truly take your own well-being seriously, Lara, to connect deeply and respectfully with the body, to reshape it, reclaim it from all cultural biases and all the voyeuristic judgments we all are subject to. We were just talking about this again. It is time to develop support networks where your mind is valued and healthy relationships are nurtured, developed, and sustained. You must also do the work, sweat, and discover just what you are capable of, and be sure also to change your nutrients. Enhance the food you are eating, be sure to eat well, and acknowledge any unhealthy eating patterns you may have developed to self-nurture and comfort. All of this dedication and self-love will pay off in marvelous ways. You will radiate so much good, shining well-being that you will draw to you like-minded people who support this journey and attract more vitality, good fortune, and love. Miss Pixie, I know you're going through, for me, an unimaginable time right now. I can't imagine it. I feel like, though, your energy, you have to really protect your energy at this time. You're very vulnerable. I feel like you already have certain insecurities about maybe your abilities, and I think just who you are as a person. A lot of us do, because a lot of us were bullied at some point in our lives. Some of us our whole lives, right? Some of us are still being bullied by grown-ass adults. I feel like what's happening right now, this tragedy and the trauma that it's going to bring, you have to really protect yourself to make sure it doesn't change you in a negative way. I feel like you always act with honor, and integrity. And I feel like there's a part of you right now, this grieving part of you, that feels like you can't focus on anything else. The problem is, if you stop focusing on what you've been working towards all this time, you could end up missing some major opportunities. So I'm not saying you're going to jump on a live stream right now and be happy-go-lucky Lara. It's just not going to happen. But you should still continue to focus and work towards your goals, whatever they may be, even if you take a break from the screen. Make time to grieve, but don't make grieving all of your time. Now, your health. I do feel like you need, this is very specific, but I do feel like you need to be careful about like food poisoning. I'm seeing poison. I don't mean you're going to be poisoned. I mean like something's not cooked well, or something's added to the food that doesn't, like, just please in the next couple of weeks, watch what you eat. I do feel like you're going to have more medical health issues like flare-ups, and that's because of your grief. I also want you to know this has nothing to do with the card. This has to do with me being who I am and you being who you are. Okay? Don't expect a visitation immediately except through in a dream, because our grief does build a wall. And I still not in 2-3 years dropped that wall down myself. So if you need someone to talk to, I'm here, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'll make time, just like with Ashley and Deb. And watch what you eat, please. There's something here about food, and I'm seeing you like sick. So please be careful. Don't try anything new, and make sure if you have food allergies and like you go out to eat, or just make sure you double check. I don't know what that is. Sometimes I'll get a very specific message like that. So just be careful. Now, darling Deb, and then we are out of here, my guys. I'm going to use the dark mirror for Miss Darling Deb. Black Dragon, you sure you don't want a reading before we go?
I was just going to ask, because he always likes to be last.
Yeah, I don't mind. One more is not going to hurt me. 11-11, everybody.
Oh my gosh, it is.
I know. This is the longest we've gone in probably like a year.
Yeah,
we don't usually. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what the difference is. And I mean this, and it's my fault 100%. I ate dinner. When I don't eat dinner, I am wrecked. Plus, guys, my usual bedtime, you can ask Ghost Dragons, is like between 8 and 8:30. I really do go to bed at that time. All right, darling Deb, card number 28, perchance to dream. So a lot about dreaming tonight, guys. Please pay attention. Yeah, Black Dragon, I got you. Pay attention to your dreams, guys, visitations. I would recommend that every one of you who can leave a little pad or notebook next to your bed and just write down. If you can't remember the dream, just write down the first 3 or 5 words that come to your mind. I'm telling you, if you do that every night for 2 weeks, when you go back and read it, it's going to actually make sense. Darling Deb, that's not it. If I sleep long enough, when I wake up, the pain will have been gone. A crowned naked man is reclining, his eyes closed and his body dissolving in the wind. Another man holds him gently. Behind them, a circle of brass, risen by thin silvery beads. Guys, I'm sorry. My husband and child are knocking on the door. I just need to pull back, call them, and let them know I'm still working.
Okay. Let her do that, and then we'll finish up. She's almost done. Oh, yeah, she's a heck of a baker. I'm glitching for some reason tonight. Oh, well. It's because I'm running YouTube, and it's all crazy here. I'm glad everybody's having such a wonderful night tonight. I froze. I'm glad everybody had such a wonderful night. It's so good to see everybody. Twas. It was awesome. I'm glad you came in. Madison, I wish you had stuck around. We would have fit you in, hon. It's been in and out for you, I know. You guys are so great. Thanks for making the smiles go, the laughter. That's what we need. We need more of that now in this world. More than anything. A lot of love, a lot of laughter. It's so good to see everybody and everybody having a good time. And it has been a while since we've gone this long. Well, you know, we come in here too to hear Gemma rambling. Hey, Christine. Yeah, you got on too late, hon. Look, now I'm gone. Now I'm small.
All right, I got to get through these. Yeah, Christine, you know what? If you show up by 10 Eastern, but usually if you show up like by 10:30, I'll take you. But it's after 11 and I've got a little guy to put to bed. But please come in any Friday and you're more than welcome. Okay, darling Deb, timestamp. If I sleep long enough, when I wake up, the pain will have been gone. A crowned naked man is reclining, his eyes closed and his body dissolving in the wind. Another man holds him gently. Behind them, a circle of brass risen by thin silvery threads. I ran up and down the stairs. to die, to sleep, perchance to dream, or it's the time to surrender. Deb, it's the time to drown, to dive in head first in the cozy, all enveloping darkness of the blanket. It is a moment of weakness, a desire to close your eyes and surrender just for one moment, 1 second, 1 minute, not like a hero fighting the world, but like a kid, just welcoming the darkness outside within fully. How long will that moment last? A minute? We can say just a minute, but it's not true. Disappearing is but an instant, just the time to take a breath twice, and yet it can take ages. Ages we will regret, ages that we will have lost, like stolen by our own surrendering. The comforting hand we all deserve to hold us up when we have done enough and just cannot but let it go. Okay, listen. Oh, Christine, I'm so happy to see you. I'm so sorry. It's just so super late. Deb, this is like, you can't stop. Like, I'm not talking about like not taking a break, but this is like something like you have to stay focused on. You can't be like, there's no time to regroup. You can't pretend like things aren't happening. You have to face the reality of your situation, because if you start pretending things aren't happening, you're going to get comfortable in the mindset of pretending things aren't happening. And then everything around you is just going to be lost. You're not actually living. You're just surviving through the uncomfortability of the things you don't want to notice that are right there in front of you. This is a direct and very clear message. Face reality, confront the issues, and move through it. Play through the pain. Kind of a weird way to say it, but that's what I'm hearing. Like, please don't pretend this isn't happening, because it's going to end up stealing years, probably, who knows how long, of your life away. It is happening. It is real. It sucks. It's painful. It's horrible. You need to face it head on and do something about it now. Don't let it fester. Whatever this is going to like grow like mold. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing like mold up in the corner, and it's like filling up the whole wall. This is you blinding yourself to someone else's toxicity or weakness, or taking it on yourself as though you have any control over it. All right, Black Dragon, let's do Moonology. Yeah, don't let anyone steal your joy. That is a great one. Thank you, Miss Taiwaz. I resonated with a lot of cards tonight. I don't normally, because I keep my energy out of it, but even with my energy away, I definitely resonated with a lot. All right, let's do Black Dragon, and then I got to sign off quickly. Guys, I'll see you on Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern, 12 noon. 12 noon, I'm reading from my books. 11 a.m., we have Cases of Mass Disappearances. Don't forget Gone, Mysterious Disappearances, Volume 2 specifically, guys. I really would love to get it to number 1. All right, last one, Black Dragon, first quarter moon in Aquarius, trust the universe. It's time to release your grip on a situation. Passion is good, but too much can become manic. Sometimes we feel too much intensity around our dreams because we're scared they won't come true, but that's counterproductive. Live and let live a little. State your intention to the universe, then detach. Trust the universe and see what happens. The tighter your grip now, the more likely you are to lose out. This is doubly true if you've been jealous or had issues to do with sex or with money. Avoid trying too hard to influence someone else. If you feel stuck or you're making someone else feel stuck, you need to tread carefully. Sometimes stuck people can behave recklessly and dangerously. When this card comes up, there's a risk that you're being too rigid in your thinking, words, or actions. Loosen up and you'll find it easier to overcome the challenges you're facing. I don't feel like you're being rigid in like your thought, as in like a refusal to change your mind. I do feel, though, Black Dragon, it's just like you're not willing to pretend the truth isn't the truth. But the problem is, whoever you're dealing with, whether it's one person or however many, they're not willing to accept the truth. They would rather do what I just told Deb not to do and keep lying to themselves and pretending like things aren't actually happening. So the universe is saying, look, stop trying to convince them. They're not going to come around to your way of thinking, even though you are 1,000,000% right. You want to help them. You want to move them out of this mindset and bring them to the light and be who you are. They're not ready. It's not their time to do that. And that might hurt because it may be someone you really love that you're not vibing with anymore because you're up here, they're down here, and they're not willing to accept that there's a distance, right? That energy is real. As far as a goal or something you're trying to achieve that you have in mind, the universe is saying, like, there's no time like the present. Whatever you're waiting for, stop waiting for it. If you're waiting for the perfect moment, it's always going to be something else. Like, oh, I want to start a business, but I've got to wait find a property. Then you find the property and it's like, well, I've got to find enough money. Then you find the money. It's like, well, I can't do it because there's always going to be the next thing that you think you're going to need. The fact of the matter is you never know what you're going to need or how much you're going to achieve until you actively start taking steps towards your goal. The universe has got you. Now is a really good time for you to endeavor in whatever this is. Don't stop. Don't overthink it. Just tell the universe what you're doing. Expect it to happen and move on. Guys, I got to go. Christine, thank you so much for coming in. Please come back in. I'm so sorry I couldn't read for you. I have a 6-year-old I got to put to bed. It is really late. I love you guys so much. Taiwaz, it was so great to see you. Everyone who came in, thank you for brightening my energy and being awesome. Please, please, please purchase my books. $4.99 on Amazon, $9.99 on paperback, included in Audible and your Kindle Unlimited. Gone Mysterious Disappearances Volume 1, particularly Volume 2 on Kindle. I'm trying to get it to the #1 bestseller because I need that title. All right. Love you guys.
Bye, folks. Have a wonderful one. See you on the flip side.